Good evening, dear listener. I'm glad you are here. Tonight we'll travel together into another time, far from the hum of our modern lives. The story waiting for us is drawn from the Victorian age, an era of hidden rules, polished manners, and quiet struggles beneath the elegance. If you find these journeys soothing, you may gently tap the like button or subscribe, so the stories reach you more easily next time. And, if you wish, tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time the night finds you. I always imagine the glow of little lamps across the map. California in the afternoon, New York at midnight, someone in the quiet Midwest resting near dawn. Before we begin, prepare yourself for rest. Dim the light if you can. Let the air of the room settle. Perhaps you hear a fan circling overhead, or the faint ticking of a clock. Maybe you sit close to a window, and a night breeze cools your cheek. Wherever you are, let this be a small ritual, your invitation into calm. And now, we step gently into part 1. A wish lingers quietly at a window's edge. The room is dark, but for a faint spill of moonlight. Curtains, heavy and lined with dust, soften the glow until it falls like a veil across the floor. A young woman, her name, for our telling, will be Elena, sits upright in her narrow bed, staring at the pale light that makes a rectangle on the wall. She does not yet move. She does not yet speak. But in her chest, a longing begins to take shape, the kind of longing that hides beneath the most ordinary days. It is not for riches, nor for beauty. Those in her world are already present in quiet abundance. No, the wish is simpler and harder, the wish to breathe without fear of mistake. For in Victorian London, a single wrong gesture, a glove the wrong shade, a smile held too long, a word spoken out of place, could unravel a life standing. Imagine the weight of that every hour. Imagine moving through rooms where conversation is a kind of chess match, where glances are loaded and silence may say too much. Imagine knowing that your entire future might hinge on the color of your dress at a tea gathering. The world outside the window might look free, carriages rattling, boys whistling, a lamplighter finishing his route. But the world inside her home is bound by invisible wires. And so she lingers by the window, eyes closed now, lips parted in the faintest sigh. Her wish is not spoken aloud. To do so would be too daring, but it breathes in the quiet of the room, to live with a measure of ease, to walk without rehearsing each step in advance, to simply be. Down the hall, a clock ticks toward 7. The sound is steady, indifferent, almost merciless. She knows that soon her maid will enter, the basin of lukewarm water in her hands, the daily ritual beginning once more. She knows that soon she will put on the corset that presses her lungs until each breath is shallow. She knows the day will march in its strict formation. Yet for these few moments, she holds still, leaning into the night's last softness. The air is cold. Victorian houses, even the grand ones, held the chill of stone in their walls. Fires burned low in the night, and by morning the rooms were ice. Her toes curl under the blanket. She imagines the warmth of another life, somewhere beyond Mayfair, somewhere the rules are less sharp. But the imagination is fragile. A sound in the corridor, soft, almost apologetic, announces the presence of another. Jane, her lady's maid, only 2 years older, enters with practiced quiet. The basin is placed, the curtains are drawn. Elena opens her eyes. The wish retreats, like mist folding back into the dark. It will return later, of course. Wishes always do. But for now, she smooths her expression, careful to let no trace of her secret linger. Even a sigh can be misread in this house. Even silence is judged. What, then, is the true cost of such restraint. History remembers the gowns, the dances, the marriages arranged and completed. History tells of the silver laid out for breakfast and the gentlemen reading their papers in dignified calm. But history often forgets the invisible labor of self-control, the endless tightening of one's own spirit. That cost, too, is part of the story. As she rises, Elelonena catches one last glimpse of the world beyond her window. A milkman moves along the street, his cartwheels groaning. A boy runs after, barefoot, laughing. They are noisy, careless, unburdened. She envies them, though she would never say so. A lady does not envy. A lady smiles, nods, and accepts. But the wish lingers, quiet, steady, like the pale moonlight retreating from her wall. Pale light creeps across still wooden floors. Morning in Victorian London did not arrive with a burst of brightness. It seeped in, quietly, like ink spreading across paper. A narrow streak of pale light touched the edges of the floorboards in the Hartley household, sliding beneath the heavy curtains, painting the wood in soft gray. The house itself seemed reluctant to wake, each groan of timber a complaint against the cold. In the room where Elelonena lay, the silence was not empty. It was filled with the quiet hum of expectation. Somewhere below, servants moved like shadows, boots soft against stone, voices hushed to murmurs. A poker scraped against an iron grate, coaxing reluctant embers into flame. The faint aroma of coal and damp wool rose up through the cracks in the floorboards. She opened her eyes slowly. Morning was always a negotiation between the body that longed to remain wrapped in the fragile warmth of blankets and the obligations waiting beyond them. There would be lessons in composure, rehearsals in courtesy, and perhaps later, a carriage ride that was less about fresh air than about being seen in precisely the right place. But for this moment, she let her gaze linger on the pale light. It crept further, stretching toward her slippers placed neatly beside the bed. How many mornings had begun exactly like this? Dozens, hundreds, each one a variation of the same silent play. And yet, there was something about today, an edge of awareness perhaps, that made the light feel heavier, almost like a hand resting against her chest. Jane entered without needing to knock. The maid's routine was a thread that stitched the mornings together. Basin first, then linens, then the careful laying out of garments. Jane's eyes, alert despite her fatigue, swept over the room with practiced speed. No words were needed. She moved as if guided by music only she could hear, a rhythm of service and duty. "Good morning, miss," she said at last, her voice subdued, careful not to intrude on the fragile hush. Elelonena nodded, though her lips formed no reply. She had learned long ago that mornings required restraint. Speech came later, when the room was warm and her body pulled upright by the corset's grip. For now, she let the silence hold them both. The water in the basin steamed faintly. Jane dipped a cloth, wrung it, and pressed it into Elelenena's waiting hands. The sensation was almost shocking in its simplicity. Heat against cold fingers, comfort against the surrounding chill. Elelonena held the cloth a moment longer than necessary, savoring the reminder that warmth still existed in a world defined by composure. As Jane brushed out her hair, each stroke measured, each movement precise, Elelonena studied her reflection in the tall mirror. The glass was slightly clouded, its surface warped with age. It gave back not only her own image, but also the suggestion of a stranger. A pale face framed by loose hair, eyes ringed faintly by sleeplessness, lips pressed into an almost smile that never quite reached her cheeks. Beyond the window, the street began to stir. The milkman rattled by, his horse snorting in the chill. A newspaper boy shouted headlines that blurred into the morning fog. The city moved on its own schedule, indifferent to the small dramas unfolding in drawing rooms and parlors. Yet within these walls, time was scripted. Every gesture a line in a play she had no choice but to perform. Breakfast would come soon. Her mother would sit, posture perfect, correcting details no one else would notice. A napkin folded too square, a spoon lifted with too much haste. Her father would clear his throat, the newspaper trembling faintly as he pretended not to watch. Brothers would mutter among themselves, half concerned, half dismissive, and Elena would occupy her seat like an actress repeating lines, aware that even within family walls, the performance never paused. The faint shock, the hidden sting of such mornings, was how utterly little room they left for error. One wrong look could summon a week's worth of whispers. A delayed answer might spark suspicion. It was not cruelty, exactly. It was something colder. Indifference wrapped in ritual. To survive here, she had to be flawless in silence. Jane's hands moved steadily through her hair. "Blue silk today, miss?" she asked quietly. The question was less about preference and more about strategy. Each garment carried meaning, sending signals to those trained to read them. Elena hesitated only a moment before nodding. The blue would calm the eye, soften the edges of her presence. It was a safe choice, safe in a world where safety was the closest thing to freedom. The corset came next. Each pull of the laces tightened her ribs, each knot pressed her spine straighter. By the final tug, her breath shortened and the room seemed to narrow around her. She closed her eyes, steadying herself against the mirror. Jane's hands, though quick, lingered briefly at the end, a silent apology for the discomfort she could not prevent. When at last she descended the staircase, the house was fully awake. The drawing room gleamed with polished wood, the carpet muffling her footsteps. The scent of toast and boiled eggs drifted faintly, mingling with coal smoke. She paused midway down the stairs, hearing her parents' voices through the closed doors, measured, deliberate, already discussing the day's social calendar. The pale light followed her even here, spilling through tall windows to rest against her shoulder. She felt it like a reminder, like the whisper of her unspoken wish from the night before. It was still with her, tucked beneath layers of silk and lace, hidden where no one could see. At the breakfast table, she smiled as required. She responded to questions with soft precision. She sipped her tea without letting the spoon clink against the porcelain. And all the while, that faint light lingered in her memory. The soft gray across wooden floors, the glimpse of freedom in a room too carefully ordered. Later, as the carriage wheels turned and the city unfolded outside, she would carry that image with her. It would steady her through drawing rooms and dinner invitations, through whispered gossip and measured courtesies. A faint morning light, fragile yet unbroken, reminding her that even within the most rigid walls, a wish could survive. The day arranges itself in calm steps. The hours after breakfast in a Victorian household were not rushed. They unfolded like carefully measured notes in a piece of music, each one distinct, each one set in its proper place. The Hartley home, like many others of its standing, carried the weight of tradition in every corner, in every sound that echoed softly through its halls. Elena moved through the corridors with quiet grace, her footsteps cushioned by thick carpets, her movements so practiced they seemed almost rehearsed. To live in this world was to perform without pause, and performance required rhythm. Morning flowed into afternoon, with a cadence dictated not by desire, but by expectation. The drawing room was prepared for callers, though none might come. Cushions were plumped, porcelain gleamed, and a vase of fresh flowers was set in the corner where sunlight could catch the petals. The orderliness itself was a kind of message. We are prepared. We are respectable. We are worthy of notice. Even in emptiness, the room spoke. Elena sat by the window, a piece of embroidery in her lap. Her fingers moved with skill, though her mind wandered. The threads crossed and knotted, forming delicate patterns, yet her thoughts strayed to the faint light of morning, to the longing that had brushed her heart as she gazed at the street below. That wish had not left her. It hovered, even as the day demanded her attention. From the hall came the sound of her mother's voice, measured and calm, instructing a servant on arrangements for the evening's dinner. Each word was chosen with care, neither too curt nor too indulgent. Elena's mother understood better than most that the success of a household depended on appearances. Appearances not only of wealth, but of control. A single mismanaged detail, a late dish, or a careless servant could ripple through their reputation like a stain spreading through silk. And so the day was measured, in tasks, in glances, in the unspoken pressure to maintain composure. The maids dusted the mantelpiece, their movements swift but silent. The butler oversaw the silver, each piece polished until it caught the dim afternoon light. Even the younger Hartley brothers, sent off to their lessons, played their roles, their absence itself a contribution to the order of the house. Elena's role was less visible, but no less important. She was to be seen without seeming eager, to be available without appearing idle. A visitor might arrive at any moment, a lady of standing, a potential suitor, an influential friend of her mother's. If she were found unkempt or too absorbed in her own amusements, whispers would follow. Whispers, in this world, were sharp as blades. And so, she embroidered. She read a page from a book her father approved of, careful to mark her place with a ribbon before setting it aside. She poured herself a cup of tea, not because she was thirsty, but because the sight of a cup gently steaming on the table suggested refinement. Every gesture was measured, every action considered. The day arranged itself around her like a cage built from courtesies. Yet beneath it all, her mind stirred with questions she could not ask aloud. What would it mean to spend a day without such measurement, to walk outside without a chaperone, to speak without weighing each word, to laugh without considering who might hear? These were not rebellious thoughts, not in the way novels sometimes painted them. They were softer, more human, the desire for ease, for sincerity, for a life in which one's worth was not judged by the angle of a smile. The measured day contained its subtle shocks too. A knock at the door could unsettle everything. When the butler entered with a card on a silver tray, Elena felt the familiar tightening in her chest. A visitor. The name was read aloud. Lady Montgomery. Approval or disapproval, opportunity or threat. It was impossible to know at once. But her mother's brief nod signaled the importance. Elena rose, smoothed her dress, and prepared herself. Every detail mattered now. The tilt of her head, the steadiness of her hands, the light in her eyes. Lady Montgomery would notice all of it. And if she found fault, if she judged Elena wanting, the consequences would echo far beyond this single afternoon. The visitor was shown into the drawing room, her presence filling the space with quiet authority. Conversation began, polite and restrained, each sentence layered with meaning. Compliments were exchanged, inquiries made, but beneath the surface, a negotiation unfolded. Lady Montgomery was not merely socializing. She was assessing, measuring, deciding. For Elena, the moment carried its own kind of peril. Too much eagerness would seem desperate. Too little would appear cold. She had to walk the invisible line, guided by instincts honed through years of training. Her mother's eyes, sharp as needles, watched from across the room, ready to correct with a glance if needed. And yet, within the carefully measured exchange, a small spark glimmered. Lady Montgomery spoke of music, and Elena allowed herself to mention Beethoven's sonatas. It was not bold, not even unusual, but the way Lady Montgomery's expression softened suggested approval. A note of connection had been struck, subtle but real. The visit ended as formally as it began, with farewells precise and courteous. But once the door closed, Elena felt the weight of the encounter settle over her. It had gone well, she thought. At least, no errors had been made. Still, the strain of constant vigilance left her weary. She returned to her seat by the window, her embroidery waiting. Outside, the light had shifted. Afternoon was fading, and the shadows of the street stretched longer across the cobblestones. Another portion of the day measured out, another performance completed. And still, the wish from the morning lingered, unspoken but present, a quiet ember beneath the layers of formality. Rules whisper silently, shaping every motion. By afternoon, the light thinned, and with it the warmth, as if the sun itself practiced restraint. In such hours, the house seemed to breathe in a quieter key, and the rules, those unprinted laws that lived between glances and gestures, grew most audible. Not as sound, no, as a pressure in the air, a pattern underfoot. If one had never been taught them, one might mistake the feeling for weather. But the Hartley household knew better. The weather of the drawing room could change a life. Elena learned the rules as other children learn songs. Not from books placed in kindly laps, but from the slow accumulation of corrections as gentle as moth wings and as sharp as pins. How not to sit with one's back to a window. How to enter a room without appearing to claim it. How to notice a lady's new brooch without seeming to envy it. How to let a compliment land like a feather and not a brick. Today's lesson would be the doorway. Pause, her mother had said once, when Elena was 12 and all knees and curiosity. One breath before a threshold. It allows the room to prepare for you, and you for the room. A pause became a prayer. At every doorway now, Elena took a heartbeat's hold, a stillness so small it could be mistaken for grace. The rule had no text and no author. Nevertheless, it carried the weight of scripture. She practiced it again now, gloved hand loose at her side, as she and her mother approached the dressmaker's rooms on a narrow Mayfair street. The sign above the door was modest, the brass bell simple. But everyone knew the truly important fittings were done in the back, near the tall windows where daylight made thread honest and revealed the truth of color. The maid trailed discreetly behind, carrying a parcel of lace and a ribbon case. The bell gave its clear, well-bred note. The shop's assistant, quick and quiet, rose from her stool with a bob of the head. She recognized Mrs. Hartley, as she recognized all women who might turn a season's fashion into business. And here the first of the day's rules unfolded, not from mother or daughter, but from the floor plan itself. A long table divided the room like a shallow river, one bank for customers of certain means, the other for those of means, yes, but less old or less steady. The assistant's eyes performed their mathematics: dress fabric, glove condition, the ease of carriage, and with a soft sweep of her arm guided them to the brighter side. The motion was hospitable and merciless at once. Elena felt the calculation as a small draft along the spine. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Hartley." "Miss Hartley," the assistant cooed, as if the names had floated on a warm current toward her. "Madame Gérard will be with you directly." They were not seated, standing, for waiting signaled confidence when one was meant to be seen, but a chair with strawberry upholstery waited near the windows should Mother choose not to stand. The chair was not merely furniture, it was a statement. One did not take the most comfortable seat. One left it open like a courtesy to the room, a sign one could endure a little discomfort without complaint. To sit too quickly was a sort of hunger. To hover too long was indecision. The sweet spot, light touch, settled spine, was the kind of balance that could not be written down and could not be faked. Madame Gérard arrived with her careful smile, the kind that protected secrets while suggesting she had none. She embraced Mrs. Hartley with a warmth honed by years of trade, and then, correctly, inclined her head to Elena first, the younger woman's dress being the true purpose of the afternoon. "You bring blue," Madame said, brushing the parcel of silk with a knuckle. "Wisdom for winter light." She did not praise the choice too strongly. Praise must be folded, not flung, and her restraint, in that instant, read as taste. From the corner, a pair of middle-class sisters watched with an attention they disguised as idle curiosity. Here, too, the rules governed. They must not stare, though they wanted to learn, and so they practiced that peculiar art of looking without looking. Elena felt their gaze like a small lantern turned down low. She did not resent it. She had learned to feel for them, those women standing where she might stand if fortunes shifted by a few inches. Compassion in this world was best expressed by making it easy for others to pretend nothing delicate was happening at all. The fittings began. Pins clicked like soft hail. Jane, invited to keep the ribbon case, moved in the margin of the scene with the gravity of someone who understood that margins were the safest place to breathe. She did not raise her eyes when addressed. She lifted them just enough, as one does to a candle that might be extinguished by the slightest gust. Then came the gentle shock, so mild it might pass unnoticed, so sharp it might leave a mark. A woman entered behind them, alone, her gown a fraction too bright for the hour, her gloves a shade too cream for the season. The assistant's smile held, but its edges tightened, and the room performed that trick unique to rooms of this kind. It shifted invisibly to make space that did not feel like welcome. The new arrival, not foolish, registered the temperature and pretended to examine a bolt of muslin so that her dignity might remain intact. Elena watched as one watches a bird strike a window and fly on as if glass were sky. The rule had not been posted. No chalkboard listed the proper cream for gloves in November. Yet 1,000 tiny signals announced what could not be said aloud. You are early for your brightness, late for your cream. In this world, calendar lived in cloth. "Miss," Jane murmured almost without moving her lips, "your sleeve seam." Elena followed the cue at once, letting her attention return to her own body. A rule within a rule. When another falters, you do not witness it. You create a small noise of your own, a rustle of focus, a kindness that reads as minding one's business. Compassion, here, wore the face of discretion. In the mirror, she glimpsed Jane's hands, capable, calm, setting ribbon against the blue silk. Another law learned in the servants' hall. Hands speak for you when the tongue must be plain. A servant's hands could be praised aloud when her name could not, and praise, like sugar, was rationed, Too much made everything cheap. Too little made every task taste of iron. The fitting finished with the quiet triumph of a seam laid true. Madame Gerard made a note in a little book the color of wet violet. "Friday," she said, "by 4. Mrs. Hartley's mouth turned in that precise shape reserved for approval that does not tip into gratitude. Gratitude, in this strata, belonged to the other side of the counter. When they stepped out into the street, the light had thinned further. Carriages murmured. A man in a brown coat lifted his hat to a lady who did not notice, and then set it back with a smile to himself that saved his pride. Rules met rules and passed like ships in fog. They walked toward the square for a turn before home. Mother, daughter, maid, at a distance that said she was both present and unseen. The square practiced its own etiquette. One took the outer path if one hoped to be seen by acquaintances. One took the inner if one wished to avoid the draft of conversation. Bench backs faced the fountains so that those who sat might appear more interested in the water than in the passing world. Pigeons, rude and ruleless, rehearsed the only freedom on display. "Mrs. Harwick approaches," Mrs. Hartley murmured without moving her lips. Elena felt her breath find the doorway pause again, this time without a doorway. The rule held an open air, a fractional stillness, a smoothing of the mind, a softening at the corners of the eyes, as if one had just thought of a kind thing. The greeting unfolded with the grace of 2 fans opening at once. Polite news skimmed the surface. A nephew's health, a concert next Thursday. Underneath, the signal traffic. A son returned from his term. An afternoon at home scheduled precisely to be overheard by those who needed to hear. Elena smiled the smile that reaches the eyes second, and the voice not at all. A fine instrument of agreement without consent. She asked after nothing too personal. She offered nothing too original. The art was to resemble a person without revealing a story. At the edge of the square, a small disturbance threatened the illusion. A tradesman's cart lost a wheel, and the box jolted. The driver swore under his breath, then, remembering the garden of ears, reshaped the curse into a cough. 2 gentlemen looked away at once. A nursemaid laughed and stifled it in the shawl. Elena's first instinct was to step forward and ask if help was wanted, but the rule checked her like a hand at the wrist. A lady does not instruct in the street. She summons assistance by glance alone. So she did, and a footman, prowling the perimeter like a well-trained guardian of smooth scenes, eased from shadow to service the wheel, and the world rolled again. A crisis had been avoided, not by solving it fully, but by keeping it within the borders of good behavior. "Your restraint is noticed," Mrs. Hartley said softly once they moved on, which, in her language, meant well done. The strange cruelty of praise here. It celebrated not action, but the suppression of it. By late afternoon, clouds collected like reserves of silence. They returned home to find the hall arranged for visiting hours. Calling cards waited in their little tray by the door, the engraved names turned just so. The butler had placed a silver pencil beside them, a sign that Mrs. Hartley might add a note to one card, an invitation nested inside an invitation, should the evening's conversation require the smallest push. The rules inside the house pulled tighter at this hour. Voices dropped. Fabrics spoke instead, muslin whispering, taffeta hushing, wool making a sound like reason. The mantel clock counted without mercy. Jane appeared with the blue evening sash and a pin that had belonged to Elena's grandmother, whose portrait hung in the dining room. her painted eyes performing the old duty of watching the living practice the standards of the dead. "Will you have it high, miss, or low?" Jane asked of the pin, meaning at the throat, a statement, or lower near the heart, an intimacy disguised as style. Elena considered. "Low," she said at last, a gentle rule she had made for herself within the forest of others. Where choice was permitted, she would choose softness. When callers came, they brought their own climates with them. Some cooled a room by trying too hard to be warm. Some warmed it by letting the furniture hold their confidence. A thin man spoke of an exhibition at the National Gallery with the zeal of a map maker. A widow mentioned her roses as if roses could replace the company she had lost, and from time to time, the conversation tipped toward the precipice, religion, money, politics, where the view was good and the footing fatal. Then the rules worked like a gentle staff in the small of the back. A host steered topics to safer ground. A guest stepped away from the cliff as if it had never been there. It happened once that a lady praised too broadly a gentleman's recent success with an investment. The room cooled by a degree invisible to the thermometer. Mrs. Hartley smiled and admired the lady's gloves. A small rescue tug pulling a steamer from rocks. The rules were not merely cages. Sometimes they were lifeboats, if one knew where to look for the oars. Elena, in all this, practiced a related law. Speak one true kindness per visit. It did not show in the ledger of talk, but it settled in the air. To the map maker, she said softly, "You describe the brush strokes well. One can nearly see them." To the widow, she offered, "Your roses keep good company with patience." The words glanced off their recipients and went on working in the privacy of the heart. Not every rule demanded pretending. When the callers left, the house released a breath into the stairwell. Jane, who had moved among the tea things like a minor key under a melody, escorted the last hat to the door and returned with a tray lightened of cups and heavy with what she had gleaned. She would not report it unless asked. Yet even her silence bore news. The way she folded a cloth could mean this guest will return. The angle of the cups might say this conversation needs no echo. "Miss," Jane ventured at last, eyes steady. "There was a mention of Thursday at the Wilkinsons'. Not a rumor, not a push. A simple placing of a pebble where a foot might next step." Elena nodded, and the room complied, as if a chair had moved itself half an inch to ease a future passage. Dusk set its hand upon the windows. Lamps were lit, the flame trembling at first and then holding. Rules changed with the light. At dinner, the men would speak a shade more plainly, and the women a shade more ironically, and those two shades would pass for equality until the port arrived and the sexes parted to their appointed corners. Even arrangements of nuts and fruit carried instruction. Take the fig from the far side to show you can make do with what we all can reach. And yet, within the fastened system, a private freedom continued to survive. Elena found it in the fraction before a doorway, in the choice of low over high, in the sentence that placed a kindness in another's pocket, like a folded note. The rules asked for near constant self-erasure. She answered, where she could, with near constant measured presence. If she must be a silhouette, she would be one with warm edges. Before bed, she paused at her window again. The square lay quiet, a dark cloth embroidered with rare lamps. Somewhere a violin practiced scales, and the scales did not yet sound like music, which comforted her. Even in a city of performances, there were private rooms where effort could sound like effort. In the glass, she saw her own breath, cloud and clear, a small proof that some rhythms were set by God and not by anyone's social calendar. Below stairs, another code persisted, as strict as any above. Jane, entering the servants' hall, met the butler's nod precisely at the angle that registered respect without fear. Names in that room had titles attached: Mr. Phillips, Mrs. Phillips, and the ordinary word please was rarer than a good day off. Yet within those limits, kindness sometimes slipped through. A slice of bread thicker than the rest, a teacup placed close to a sore wrist. The rules there were no less exacting. They simply wore plainer clothes. Elena loosened her hair, strand by strand. She remembered the woman at the dressmaker's, too bright, too cream, and she sent a thought after her, as one sends a lantern down a dark path nobody else will walk. May she find a seamstress who understands sunlight rules better than shop rules. May she be forgiven by those who were never wrong, because they never risked sincerity. The silent rules would arrange tomorrow, too. They were tireless. But she held, for a moment, a counter-rule of her own, to pause as often as needed to notice what needed mercy. No one could fault a lady for pausing. No one could scold a woman for breathing. And so she did both. The world kept its shape. Her heart kept its tremor. The lamp hummed. Invisible walls softened smiles into silence. The day pressed on, folding itself into the muted colors of late afternoon. Lamps had not yet been lit, but the gray in the corners already hinted at their coming. In a household like the Hartleys, the passage from afternoon to evening was less about the clock and more about an atmosphere, an invisible tilting of the air. And within that atmosphere, boundaries, those unseen, unspoken lines, grew sharper. To an outsider, the parlor might have looked serene, curtains drawn halfway, flowers still fresh in a porcelain vase, chairs waiting like well-trained companions. But serenity in such a room was not simple peace. It was a structure built of careful distance. Each object, each person, each pause in conversation occupied a slot, and to stray outside of it was to risk more than embarrassment. It was to press against walls that everyone pretended were not there. Elena knew those walls by heart. She could feel them when her mother's eyes lingered a second too long on her hands, hands that fidgeted against the embroidery hoop. She felt them in the way her father cleared his throat before speaking her name, as though to remind her that even in his affection, there were protocols to observe. And she felt them most keenly when guests arrived, and laughter, however genuine, stopped at the edge of what was permitted. That afternoon brought a visit from Lord Pembroke, nephew of Lady Montgomery, a man in his late 20s with eyes too eager for his own safety. He bowed correctly. He spoke in sentences properly seasoned with politeness, but there was something uncontained in his energy. Elena sensed it at once. His smiles ran further than the walls allowed. His compliments reached past the boundaries of moderation. He was, in short, careless with invisible lines. Her mother noticed, of course. She always did. A narrowing of her lips, a slight tightening in the set of her shoulders, and Elena understood what was required. She would have to be the one to steady the conversation, to set the proper measure. A young woman could not laugh too freely at a gentleman's jokes, nor could she correct him too sharply. She must find the thread between indulgence and indifference and walk it as though it were a path laid out on a cliff edge. The small shock of the moment came when Lord Pembroke, in an attempt to flatter, praised Elena's playing at the Bennets Music Hall. His words were warm, even kind, but he lingered on the memory of how her hands moved across the keys. For a moment, the room felt it. The compliment brushed too close, exposed more than it should have. Her mother's silence grew heavy. Her father's paper rustled with sudden interest. Elena did what training had prepared her to do. She smiled, not too brightly, and lowered her gaze to her lap. "You are generous, my lord," she said, the words balanced like a tray of glass. "But I fear the instrument carried me further than my skill deserved." The self-effacement closed the gap. The invisible wall was restored. Conversation resumed as though nothing dangerous had passed. Yet beneath her composed exterior, she felt the sting, not of the compliment itself, but of the knowledge that such a small slip could ripple so far. It was in moments like these that she became aware of the narrowness of her life. The walls were invisible, but they were everywhere. They dictated the angle of her laugh, the speed of her step, the shape of her sentences. They told her when to look away, when to soften her eyes, when to steel them. And no one acknowledged the walls. To speak of them was forbidden. They existed only as pressure, as air, as a code written into the body. Jane, the maid, saw them too, though from a different side. For her, the boundaries were not about reputation, but about survival. A servant who spoke out of turn, who lingered too long in a doorway, who allowed herself to appear too comfortable. She risked dismissal. And dismissal in London was not a small matter. Without reference, a servant's life could collapse overnight. A girl might find herself sewing in a freezing garret, or worse, reduced to begging at the market steps. That evening, as Elena prepared for dinner, Jane's eyes flicked once toward the window. A carriage rattled past, and inside sat another young woman, no older than Elena, but dressed in colors too bold, her hair arranged without the care of a skilled maid. Jane knew what Elena did not yet. That girl lived outside the walls now, beyond respectability, carrying a reputation that would not be repaired. It was a glimpse of what lay beyond the invisible cage, not freedom, but exposure. Dinner that night was modest by Hartley standards, yet still heavy with ritual. The silver gleamed, the napkins folded into careful peaks, the courses served with precision. Conversation unfolded like a measured dance. Her father spoke of a legal case, her mother of flowers ordered for an upcoming dinner. Elena offered her voice in small doses, never claiming the floor, always slipping her words into the spaces left open for her. And always, she felt the walls. When her brother interrupted her with a careless laugh, she let her words fall away, not pressing them forward. When her father praised a point she had made, she responded with modesty, not delight. To do more would press against the barrier of propriety. Even joy had its boundaries. The hidden cruelty of such boundaries was not that they punished rebellion, but that they erased possibility. Within them, a woman might live her whole life and never once know what she would say if she were free. She might laugh, but never fully. She might cry, but never without restraint. Her feelings became like the flowers in the vase, cut, arranged, and expected to remain upright until they withered silently. After dinner, when the family withdrew to the drawing room, Elena sat near the fire. Its warmth brushed her cheek, but even here, in the glow of embers, she did not relax fully. The posture remained, the spine straight, the hands folded neatly. Only Jane, slipping quietly into the room to tidy the table, glimpsed the truth. A fleeting flicker in Elena's eyes, a moment of longing for release. It was gone as soon as it appeared. Later still, alone in her room, Elena let the mask slip for just a moment. She removed the pin from her dress, set it on the vanity, and allowed her shoulders to sag. Her reflection in the mirror looked different now, less composed, more weary. She touched the glass lightly, as if to test the boundary between herself and the world that demanded her performance. The invisible walls would not fall tonight. They would stand tomorrow, and the day after, and for years to come. Yet in this small, private moment, she could feel the edges of them. To know they existed was, perhaps, its own kind of rebellion. Another life reflects in quiet glances. In the Hartley household, mirrors lined more than just walls. They existed in the form of people, figures who reflected lives that could not be lived, choices that could not be chosen. For Elena, that mirror was Jane. Not an appearance, for Jane's hair was darker, her hands roughened by labor, her gowns plain and serviceable. No, Jane was a mirror in the sense that her presence revealed truths otherwise invisible. Each morning, Jane laced Elena's corset with the patience of a surgeon and the silence of a confidant. Each evening, she unpinned the hairpins that held Elena's composure in place. Between those moments, her existence was a shadow moving at the edge of rooms, fetching, folding, arranging, but her eyes saw more than most would guess. It was during one quiet afternoon, after callers had departed and the drawing room had been restored to its habitual order, that Elena caught her own reflection, doubled in Jane's gaze. She had asked, almost without thinking, whether Jane believed the blue silk gown would please Lady Montgomery at the upcoming dinner. It was a practical question, the sort of thing any mistress might ask a maid who had an eye for fabric. But when Jane answered, it was not only cloth she spoke of. "The shade is kind to your complexion, miss," she said softly. "It softens what is already gentle." The words were simple, yet Elena felt a quiet shock ripple beneath them. Compliments from family members were rare and strategic. Compliments from suitors were loaded with expectation. But this was different, an observation given without agenda, without social weight. It was kindness in its raw form, and it startled her, like a mirror showing not the practiced face, but the unguarded one. She smiled briefly before remembering herself. To encourage too much familiarity would place Jane at risk. There were rules, always rules, about what could pass between mistress and maid. Too much warmth blurred lines, and blurred lines invited gossip, and gossip, once awakened, was merciless. Still, the words lingered. Through the rest of the day, Elena carried them quietly, as though Jane had placed a folded note in her pocket. Below stairs, Jane's world moved to a different rhythm. The servants' hall buzzed with whispers and laughter, the kind that rose not from leisure, but from endurance. A footman told a story about a spilled tray at the Wilkinsons' last dinner. The cook scolded an undermaid for burning bread. Yet beneath the chatter lay a shared understanding. They lived close to the Hartleys' lives, but not within them. They were the scaffolding that allowed the facade above to shine. For Jane, the work was endless. She woke before dawn, her hands already raw from soap and fabric. She managed Elena's wardrobe, prepared gowns, brushed shoes, mended seams. Yet despite the weariness, she maintained a quiet pride. She knew she was indispensable. If she faltered, Elena would falter, and if Elena faltered, the family's standing would wobble. Invisible, yes, but essential. And so, in their parallel orbits, the two women lived like twin reflections, one bound by the expectations of society, the other by the demands of service. Neither free, though in different cages. One evening, as Elena sat at her vanity, Jane brushing out her hair, a rare exchange unfolded. "Do you ever wish for another life?" Elena asked suddenly, her voice soft, as though the question itself might be overheard. Jane's hands stilled for just a heartbeat. Then she resumed the strokes, slow and steady. "Each position has its burdens, miss," she replied. A diplomatic answer, safe and flat. Yet in her tone, Elena heard the truth. Wishes did exist, but they were locked away, for to speak them aloud was dangerous. Elena closed her eyes, imagining Jane's world. The narrow bed in the attic, the long hours, the constant vigilance. She imagined, too, what Jane might see when she looked at her. A young woman dressed in silk, admired and constrained, her future charted by forces she could not control. Did Jane pity her? Did she envy her? Or did she simply observe, the way a mirror reflects without judgment? The silent bond between them deepened in such moments, though neither would name it. Society allowed for kindness between mistress and maid, but not intimacy. And yet, intimacy bloomed in the pauses, in the gentle way Jane eased the corset laces, in the way Elena remembered to thank her softly when no one else could hear. The quiet shock of recognition came when Elena realized how much of herself lived in Jane's eyes. Not the rehearsed version, not the composed debutante, but the tired young woman who wished, longed, wondered. It was unsettling, almost frightening, to see her truest self mirrored by someone who had no right, according to the world, to know her at all. And still, it was comforting, for in Jane's gaze, she was not a symbol or a prospect or a reputation. She was simply herself. The evening grew late. Downstairs, laughter from the servants' hall faded into yawns and shuffling feet. Upstairs, Elena slipped into bed, the sound of her own breathing filling the room. Jane extinguished the lamp, her figure momentarily outlined against the faint glow from the corridor before vanishing. In the darkness, Elena thought again of mirrors. Glass could distort, could flatter, could condemn. But the truest mirrors were often human, the ones who saw quietly, reflected gently, and asked nothing in return. Jane was such a mirror, and though the rules demanded distance, the heart knew otherwise. Before dawn, hidden labor shapes the day. Before the Hartleys stirred, before the street outside filled with carriages and chatter, the other half of the house was already awake. Not the marble halls, not the polished parlor, but the stone-flagged corridors beneath, where dawn announced itself less with golden light and more with the scrape of coal shovels and the hiss of kettles. This was Jane's world, though she was rarely seen fully within it by her mistress. To Elena, Jane appeared at the edge of a bedchamber or at the door of a dressing room, polished, calm, efficient. But before Jane could present that composure, her day began in a place few of her betters would willingly step. The attic bedroom where she slept was little more than a wooden box beneath the eaves. The ceiling slanted so low she had to stoop to dress. The mattress was stuffed with straw, its surface lumpy, its smell faintly musty no matter how often she turned it. Her one window was so small it offered no view, only a slice of sky, which this morning showed the faint gray of another damp London day. She woke not by choice, but by habit. The kind of habit that lived in the body, not the mind. Her eyes opened before the bell in the kitchen rang, her muscles rising as if on command. By the time the first coals were clattering downstairs, she was already pulling on her plain dress, her fingers numb from the chill. Down the narrow servants' staircase she went, careful not to let her shoes creak against the boards. In the kitchen, the cook was already barking orders, her cheeks flushed from the stove. An undermaid scurried with pails, her hair falling loose despite her best attempts to pin it. Jane moved among them without fuss, claiming her tasks without waiting to be told. Her first duty was water, fetching, heating, carrying. The basin for Elena must be filled with just the right warmth, not too hot, not too cool. Too much steam would wrinkle the skin. Too little would feel like neglect. Jane tested it with her wrist, poured carefully, and balanced the heavy container up the stairs. Her arms ached before breakfast had even been thought of. And yet, she bore the weight with a kind of pride. Every step, every drop carried, meant the Hartley daughter would begin her day with the illusion of effortlessness. To create that illusion was Jane's skill, her craft, her invisible art. When she returned downstairs, the kitchen was in full storm. Bread baking, knives chopping, eggs beating in bowls. The air was thick with smoke and sweat. Servants exchanged remarks that were half complaint, half camaraderie. The butler passed through with his ledger, his presence stiffening the room. He marked names, checked supplies, corrected errors without raising his voice. His authority was as heavy as the stone floor, unquestioned, immovable. Jane's role was smaller in the hierarchy, but no less demanding. She ironed ribbons, set aside lace, brushed the dust from hems. The garments she tended would never be hers, yet her labor made them glow as though they carried their own light. It was another of those invisible boundaries, to handle beauty without owning it, to prepare elegance without partaking in it. The faint shock of her world came not from cruelty, but from its sheer relentlessness. There were no pauses, no allowances. A single mistake, a scorched gown, a late arrival to a chamber, could mean dismissal. And dismissal, as Jane well knew, was a sentence worse than exhaustion. Without the reference of a mistress, no other house would hire her. She would be cast adrift, a servant without anchor, her skills suddenly invisible. So she worked, and she watched. She noticed things the family did not. How Mrs. Hartley's hands trembled slightly when she poured tea, though she would never admit to weakness. How Mr. Hartley sometimes lingered by the window after reading the paper, staring out with a look that suggested dissatisfaction he would never voice. And how Elena, for all her poise, often sighed softly when she thought no one could hear. These observations Jane tucked away, not as gossip, but as compass points. They told her how to act, how to protect herself, how to ease the days for her mistress in ways unspoken. A ribbon laid out just so, a cup of chocolate at the right moment, a silence kept when a confidence slipped. By mid-morning, the upstairs and downstairs worlds touched briefly. Jane would stand behind Elena's chair, brushing her hair, while downstairs the kitchen thundered with clattering pans. The contrast was stark. Above, serenity. Below, chaos. And Jane's task was to carry serenity up the stairs, as if it were no heavier than a handkerchief. It was here, in this invisible labor, that Jane's path diverged from her mistress's. For Elena, the cage was expectation, the invisible walls of society. For Jane, the cage was necessity, the endless cycle of work that kept her barely secure. One slip, one misstep, and she would fall through the cracks into the city's unforgiving underbelly. And yet, despite this, she carried herself with dignity. Not the dignity of silk gowns or polished manners, but the quiet dignity of competence. Her value was not spoken, but it was known. If Jane vanished, the Hartley household would falter within a day. As the clock struck noon, Jane allowed herself one small moment of rest. In the servants' hall, she sat on the wooden bench, a mug of weak tea in her hands. She closed her eyes, just for a heartbeat, and imagined what it might be like to sit at the other table upstairs, porcelain cup in hand, conversation floating lightly around her. The fantasy was brief. She opened her eyes and returned the cup to the table. For the day was not hers. The day belonged to the family above, and her role was to keep its edges smooth, its surfaces polished, its rhythm unbroken. And so she rose again, straightened her dress, and carried her quiet strength back into the endless tasks waiting for her. Care passes gently from hand to hand. In Victorian life, gloves were more than fabric. They were signals, shields, and sometimes silent messengers. To offer a gloved hand was not only to greet, but to announce rank, to establish distance, to soften the edge of touch until it became a gesture both intimate and removed. In this world, even the exchange of small objects carried weight, and beneath the surface of such exchanges lived the tender, invisible labor of care. The afternoon light fell slantwise through tall windows as Elena prepared to receive another guest. On the table beside her lay a neat stack of gloves, some ivory, some dove gray, one pair of pale blue silk reserved for special occasions. Jane had brushed each pair carefully, smoothed the fingers, aligned the seams. They looked like empty hands waiting to be claimed. When Lady Pembroke called, her presence filled the room with polite warmth. She was known for her charm, though her eyes missed little. Conversation drifted easily, touching on concerts, gardens, and the weather, which in London was always a safe harbor. And yet, the moment that mattered most was not spoken, but exchanged silently, when Lady Pembroke removed her gloves. The act was small, almost invisible, but in it lay trust. To sit ungloved in another's drawing room was to relax, to let the skin show without its fabric armor. Elena noticed the gesture, though she did not mirror it. For a young lady, to remove gloves too quickly might seem forward, careless. So she kept hers on, her hands folded lightly, the blue silk smoothing her nerves. What the visitor could not see was the way Jane hovered at the edge of the room, ready to step forward with a tray should the gloves need placing, or with a cloth should a spot of dust betray the surface. The exchange of courtesy above was balanced by the unseen readiness below. Care passed hand to hand, but some hands remained invisible. The conversation unfolded in its measured way, but underneath ran the true current. Lady Pembroke was sounding out Elena's suitability, testing her grace. A compliment was offered. "Your playing last week was most refined," and Elena returned it with careful modesty. A mention of the upcoming Wilkinson dinner was slipped in, weighted with expectation. And all the while, the gloves rested on the table, their silent presence as much a part of the exchange as the words. The shock, if it can be called that, arrived in a small accident. As the tea was poured, Lady Pembroke's hand brushed the edge of the cup, sending a drop of liquid onto her silk glove. It was the kind of slip that could embarrass a lesser hostess. But in that moment, Jane moved with quick grace, stepping forward with a cloth before anyone could remark on it. The glove was dabbed, the moment smoothed, the incident erased. Elena's heart tightened, knowing what had just been spared. The faint humiliation of a guest, the possible whisper of clumsiness. In another home, with another maid, the spill might have been allowed to stain. But Jane's intervention, quiet and precise, had turned the scene into something else entirely, an opportunity for gratitude without words. "Thank you," Lady Pembroke murmured softly, though the words were directed not to Jane, but to the room as a whole. The maid was invisible by design, yet the care had been received, folded into the atmosphere, and so the gloves remained unstained, the dignity intact. the exchange complete. Later, when the guest had gone and the drawing room returned to silence, Elena touched the blue silk at her wrists. She thought of Jane's swift hands, the way they had appeared without hesitation, the way they had restored balance. And she felt, not for the first time, how much of her own composure rested in the care of others. Downstairs, in the servants' hall, Jane replayed the moment too. Not with pride was dangerous, but with quiet satisfaction. She had done her work well. She had protected her mistress. She had upheld the invisible walls of the household. No one would speak of it, but everyone had benefited. Care, once again, had passed from hand to hand, unseen, but vital. Gloves would appear again that evening, when Mr. Hartley prepared for a late call and demanded his pair of dark leather, polished to a sheen. Jane delivered them without comment, noting how his fingers flexed against the tight fit. Even here, in the gesture of a man adjusting his gloves, there was performance. The leather said wealth, steadiness, command. The gloves spoke before he did, and in her own way, Jane understood the irony. Gloves were meant to hide the skin, to separate touch from touch, to keep hands clean. Yet they revealed more than they concealed. They told who belonged, who waited, who dared, who yielded. They were silent but eloquent, like so many details in this world. By nightfall, when Elena at last removed her own, placing them carefully on the dressing table, she let her bare fingers rest against the cool wood. The sensation startled her, so rare was the contact. She flexed her hand slowly, savoring the freedom, however brief. In that moment, she thought of all the exchanges that had filled her day, spoken and unspoken, gloved and ungloved, and she felt the weight of them settle gently into her chest. Invisible care, she realized, was the thread that stitched her life together. And without it, the seams would burst. A single kindness warms the heavy air. Even in a world ruled by rules, there were moments when kindness slipped through like sunlight between shutters. It came not in grand declarations. Those were dangerous, even absurd, but in gestures so small they might vanish if one did not hold still long enough to see them. These were the keys that unlocked rooms without doors, and sometimes lives without freedom. The afternoon of that week felt heavier than most. Clouds had gathered low, smothering London in a blanket of gray. Inside the Hartley household, the air was thick with preparation. The Wilkinsons' dinner was approaching, and each member of the family moved as though rehearsing for a play whose performance would decide their fortunes. Elena felt the weight acutely. Her gown had been chosen, her hair ornaments prepared, her smile practiced in the mirror until it felt less like her own and more like a mask. Yet beneath the rehearsals stirred a fatigue she could not confess. Her shoulders ached, her breath was shallow, and her mind longed for a pause. It was then that Jane entered, carrying a tray of tea. There was nothing unusual in this. Tea was expected, tea was constant, tea was ritual. But as she set the tray down, Jane glanced at her mistress's face, and something softened in her expression. Without a word, she poured the cup herself, though usually Elena was expected to perform that gesture for her own mother or for guests, and placed it gently in her hand. The cup was warm, the scent of bergamot rising like a sigh. Elena blinked, startled not by the tea, but by the care that carried it. The rule book of their lives dictated that Jane should serve, yes, but never in a way that suggested concern. Concern was too close to intimacy, and intimacy was forbidden. Yet here it was, folded into porcelain, resting in her palm. "Thank you," Elena murmured, her voice barely audible. Jane did not reply, only inclined her head and stepped back. But the key had been turned. For the rest of that day, Elena felt lighter, as though someone had lifted part of the burden she carried silently. It was not the tea. It was the unspoken acknowledgement. I see you, I see your weariness, and I will ease it if I can. Later, during a rehearsal of posture in the drawing room, her mother scolded her for letting her shoulders dip. Elena straightened, hiding the sting of the rebuke. Yet she remembered Jane's glance, Jane's quiet care, and she endured the correction with greater calm. The shock, such as it was, came when her mother remarked to Mrs. Harwick the next day, "My daughter seems steadier of late. Less nervous. Perhaps she is maturing at last." Neither woman suspected that the steadiness came not from maturity, but from the smallest act of kindness, invisible to all but one. Downstairs, in the servants' hall, Jane never spoke of it. She understood that to share such moments would cheapen them, reduce them to gossip. Instead, she folded the memory away like a pressed flower in a book. It was hers alone, a reminder that even within the hardest boundaries, humanity could slip through. Kindness also moved in other directions that week. Mr. Hartley, usually stern with his sons, surprised them by pausing at the dinner table to ask about their lessons. The boys stammered, unprepared for attention, but their faces glowed at the recognition. It was a small deviation from the script, but it changed the evening's tone. Even Mrs. Hartley, though stern, allowed herself a softer word when Elena completed a piece of embroidery with precision. "You have your grandmother's steadiness," she said quietly. Praise was rare. It landed like a warm coal, radiating long after. Yet it was Jane's gesture that lingered most powerfully. Because it was forbidden, it felt precious. Because it was hidden, it felt pure. And Elena, lying in bed that night, thought of keys. Keys that opened doors no one else knew existed. Keys that did not rattle or shine, but passed silently between hands, carried in glances, hidden in cups of tea. She thought of how many such keys Jane must hold, how many doors she must have unlocked without anyone noticing. For in a world where everything was measured, the only true surprises were kindnesses. Voices settle softly among chairs and cups. Evenings in the Hartley household had their own rhythm, different from the measured order of mornings and the invisible labor of afternoons. By the time lamps were lit and curtains drawn against the damp London dark, the house shifted into its role as stage. Chairs arranged, tea prepared, fire coaxed into a glow. It was a ritual as familiar as breathing. And yet, in these hours, the rules of society pressed even closer, for gatherings were where reputation was built or broken, sometimes without a word spoken. On this evening, the drawing room was set with care. Cushions were plumped into their exact shapes, the piano polished until the wood reflected lamplight like amber. A small tray of cakes waited discreetly, though no one would eat them without encouragement. The air itself seemed prepared, carrying the faint scent of lavender from a sachet hidden behind the curtains. Guests arrived in pairs and trios, announced by the butler's steady voice. Each name was more than identity. It was currency. Mrs. Harwick, respected matron. Mr. Stanley, a barrister of growing influence. Lady Pembroke, with her ever-observant eyes. Each entrance shifted the balance of the room, like weights added to a scale, altering how conversations would tilt. Elena, seated beside her mother, felt the familiar flutter of anticipation and dread. A young lady's duty was not merely to appear, but to appear correctly, interested but not bold, graceful but not idle, modest but not dull. Every smile was a calculation, every word a performance. The voices of the room soon blended into a gentle hum, a symphony of politeness. Discussions of art, weather, travel, and music flowed like water around stones. No one raised their voice. No one pressed too hard. Yet beneath the calm surface ran strong currents. Who leaned closer to whom? Whose eyes lingered? Whose laughter chimed a beat too quickly? At one moment, Lady Pembroke praised the arrangement of flowers on the mantel. "Exquisite," she said, and Mrs. Hartley inclined her head modestly, though the florist's bill had been triple its worth. Compliments were never about the object, they were about the person receiving them. To acknowledge with the right degree of humility was as important as the flowers themselves. Elelena's role this evening was to be observed, not in the crude sense of display, but as a presence to be weighed, tested, perhaps admired. She played her part with care, a soft smile when addressed, a thoughtful pause before answering, the faintest tilt of her head that suggested attentiveness. And yet, she felt again the invisible cage around her. Each gesture was correct, but none were truly her own. The shock, when it came, was quiet, but undeniable. During a lull in conversation, Mr. James Harwick approached, his presence announced not by the butler this time, but by the shift in the room's attention. He greeted her with a bow that was precise yet warm, and then, with deliberate casualness, asked, "Miss Hartley, do you favor Beethoven above all, or do you grant some place to Mozart?" It was a question about music, harmless on the surface. But Elelena heard the true note beneath. He remembered their earlier exchange, their shared moment over Beethoven's sonatas. To mention it now, before others, was to acknowledge connection, without breaching propriety. Her heart quickened, though her face remained calm. "Mozart charms the ear," she replied gently, "but Beethoven speaks to the heart." The words were safe, yet layered. Those who listened would hear a polite preference. James would hear a continuation of their private understanding. Her mother's eyes flicked toward her, sharp with appraisal. Approval, perhaps, but measured. Too much delight in James's company could be dangerous. Too little, a missed opportunity. Elelena steadied herself, remembering the lesson of restraint. Every advance must be wrapped in modesty. Jane, standing at the back with a tray, saw it all. She watched the way James's eyes softened, the way Elelena's hand trembled slightly against her teacup. She noted it silently, storing the observation like a coin in a purse. Servants often knew long before families admitted it, where affection blossomed, where alliances formed. As the evening lengthened, music was requested. Elelena was pressed to the piano, her fingers finding the keys with practiced grace. She chose, of course, Beethoven, not flamboyant, but steady, lyrical, restrained. The notes filled the room like soft lanterns, glowing without heat. James listened, his posture formal, his expression controlled, but the intensity of his gaze did not escape her. When the final note faded, the applause was restrained as etiquette demanded. Enthusiasm was vulgar, appreciation was enough. Yet in the quiet that followed, Elelena felt a warmth that no rule could disguise. She had played, he had listened, and something genuine had passed between them, even in the presence of watchful eyes. The evening wound down slowly, as all gatherings did. Guests made their farewells in an order as calculated as their arrivals, each departure signaling rank, each curtsy or bow another thread in the social web. When at last the door closed behind the final visitor, the Hartley household exhaled. Elelena sat, weary but inwardly stirred. The evening had been a performance, yes, but within it had been a moment of truth. And in a life built on masks, even a single unmasked glance could feel like revelation. Eyes speak softly where words cannot reach. In Victorian rooms, eyes worked harder than mouths. A word could be misquoted, a phrase twisted, but a look, if mastered, could travel silently, leaving no trace but memory. It was a language spoken beneath the orchestration of politeness, a language as risky as it was irresistible. For Elena, the lingering gaze began at the Wilkinsons' dinner. She had seen James Harwick's eyes before, steady and polite, the way a gentleman's ought to be. But that night, as he escorted her into the dining room, there was a quality in them different from the usual measured civility. He looked, then looked away, then returned as if unable to quite resist. It was not bold enough to raise whispers, but not fleeting enough to be ignored. The rules dictated that she must not meet such gazes too directly. A young lady who held a gentleman's eyes too long risked appearing forward. One who looked away too quickly risked seeming cold. So she practiced the art her mother had drilled into her, allowing her eyes to alight like a bird upon a branch, brief, delicate, then gone. But beneath that flutter lay recognition. She saw him seeing her, and he saw her allowing it. The evening passed in courses and conversation, in the ritual division of ladies and gentlemen, in the performance of music and compliments. But the gaze returned, again and again. Across the drawing room, during a pause in her playing, she felt it. Steady, quiet, intent. At supper, when she lifted her fork, she sensed it brush her cheek like the faintest warmth. It was never so obvious as to cause remark, yet it threaded the evening together like hidden embroidery beneath plain cloth. Her heart was not accustomed to such signals. It beat too quickly, and she fought to steady it with measured breaths. Each time she lowered her gaze, she felt a flush rise in her cheeks, hidden by candlelight, but known to her alone. She wondered if he too felt the strain of restraint, or if men were freer in such matters, their glances forgiven where women's were condemned. The shock, if one could call it so, came when Mrs. Harwick herself spoke directly to Elena later in the evening. "My son tells me you favor Beethoven," she said, her tone perfectly casual. But Elena knew at once what it meant. James had spoken of her, had carried their private moment into his family's circle. To be mentioned by his mother was no small thing. It was as if the gaze had crossed into words, as if the unspoken had begun to take shape. Elena replied with composure, "I do, madam. His music is both strength and solace." She let the words rest between them, offering nothing more, yet her chest tightened with wonder. James had remembered, had cared enough to repeat her words. The gaze had not been imagined. It had found voice elsewhere. Jane, watching from her place near the piano, caught fragments of these exchanges. She had seen many young ladies court suitors with eyes bright as lanterns, only to stumble when gossip turned against them. But something in James's gaze seemed steadier, less calculating. She filed it away, not daring to hope, but noting it nonetheless. Here was a man who looked with more than strategy. Back in her bedroom that night, Elena sat at her dressing table, unpinning her hair as Jane brushed it smooth. The memory of the evening replayed itself in silence. The touch of his arm as he escorted her, the sound of his voice beside her, the weight of his eyes when the music stopped. She tried to school her features into calm, but a reflection betrayed her. A slight curve of lips, a softness around the eyes. Jane saw it, though she said nothing. The mirror offered its own silent gaze. It reminded her that tomorrow would bring new rules, new watchful eyes, new chances to falter. But tonight, she allowed herself the luxury of remembering. She thought of James's eyes as lanterns lit just for her, steady against the dimness, illuminating a path she dared not name. Downstairs, the servants ended their day with late supper. Talk drifted among them, about gowns, about dishes, about the Harwick family's evident interest. One footman remarked, he watched her at the pianoforte as if no one else were in the room. Jane kept her eyes on her bread, saying nothing, but inside she felt the truth of it. Sometimes the simplest observations were also the most dangerous. In the great theater of society, everything was staged, rehearsed, controlled. But gazes escaped. They leapt fences, they slipped through cracks, they reached where words could not. And in their quiet rebellion lay the chance for something genuine. Expectation gathers like air before rain. The days leading up to the Wilkinsons' dinner unfolded like a tightening string. Each hour seemed drawn a little tauter, as though the house itself anticipated judgment. A dinner was not merely a meal. It was a performance on which futures could hinge. And the air, heavy with preparation, carried that truth into every room. From morning onward, the household moved with unusual urgency. The butler paced with his ledger, counting decanters, inspecting silver, confirming the order of wines. The cook shouted from below stairs, her voice muffled yet insistent, as though she fought a battle no one else would ever see. Servants hurried through corridors, bearing flowers, candles, linens. Even their shoes seemed to strike sharper against the stone floors. Ella Lanena, however, lived in a slower rhythm, one dictated not by physical tasks, but by expectation itself. For her, the weight came not from polishing or arranging, but from the knowledge that every glance, every gesture, every word she spoke at the Wilkinsons' table could tilt the balance of her future. A gown could be mended, silver could be replaced, but a reputation once tarnished would not shine again. Her mother reminded her of this with the precision of a metronome. Sit straighter. Answer briefly. Never lead conversation. If asked about music, speak with confidence, but modestly. If asked about literature, avoid Dickens, too sentimental for such company. And remember, Elena, restraint is the mark of refinement. The words etched themselves into her mind like lines rehearsed for a play. Yet beneath them, Elena felt the quiet rise of rebellion, not loud, not reckless, but a whisper in her chest. How long must I perform before I am allowed simply to be? The shock, if it can be called that, came from her own body. As Jane laced her corset one afternoon, tightening it for a final fitting, Elena's breath caught sharply. Her face flushed, her vision blurred for an instant. The corset was no tighter than usual, yet the weight of expectation made her chest feel bound beyond endurance. Jane paused at once, her hands stilling. "Miss?" she whispered, careful not to betray alarm. "I am well," Elena managed, though her voice was thin. She forced a breath, slow and steady, and gestured for Jane to continue. But in that instant, she felt the truth of it. The corset was not only fabric and whalebone, it was society itself, laced around her, compressing, demanding, shaping her, until the air itself seemed rationed. When her mother entered to inspect the fit, she noticed nothing. Or perhaps she noticed but chose not to speak of it. "The blue silk will serve," she said with satisfaction, adjusting the pearl pin at Elena's collar. "You will do well if you remember yourself. Remember yourself." The phrase echoed in Elena's mind. Which self? The one reflected in the mirror, polished and composed? Or the one beneath, gasping for space, longing to breathe freely? As the day of the dinner approached, The house itself seemed to vibrate with expectation. Messages arrived, confirming arrangements. Flowers were delivered in boxes, their scents mingling in the hallway. Footmen carried in polished candelabras, their surfaces glimmering even in daylight. Every object seemed to whisper, "Tomorrow, tomorrow." Elena found herself drawn to the window, watching the gray sky thicken with clouds. Rain threatened, but had not yet fallen. The air was heavy, waiting. And in that heaviness, she recognized herself, filled with possibility, with dread, with anticipation that had no release. That evening, she confided, if one can call it that, in Jane. "Do you ever feel," she asked softly, as her maid brushed her hair, "that the air itself grows too close, as though it presses against your very ribs?" Jane hesitated, her brush pausing for just a moment. Then she resumed, her strokes even. "I feel it when the kitchen fills with smoke, miss. It is hard to breathe, but one must keep working." The answer was practical, safe, yet Elena understood the truth beneath it. Jane, too, lived under weight, though hers was born of labor rather than expectation. Their cages were different, but the pressure was the same. That night, Elena lay awake, listening to the house settle. She thought of the morrow, the gowns, the glances, the unspoken negotiations that would unfold across polished tables. And she thought of James Harwick's eyes, steady and intent, and wondered if expectation pressed upon him too, or if men carried it differently, less as a cage, more as a mantle. When at last sleep came, it was restless, filled with images of tables that stretched endlessly, of faces that turned toward her in silence, of corset laces that tightened without end. And in the morning, when the first rays of light pierced the curtains, the air was as heavy as ever. The rain had not yet fallen. Expectation still gathered, like storm clouds above the city. Silver hush carries a secret across plates. The Wilkinsons' townhouse wore evening the way a singer wears a final note, held, resonant, trembling just enough to feel alive. Outside, the street glistened from a brief, well-mannered rain. Inside, heat from many lamps and many nerves pooled in the high-ceilinged hall. The receiving line waited like a calm shore. A butler's voice, trained to travel without ever seeming loud, announced each arrival as if placing their names carefully onto a polished tray. Elena crossed the threshold with her parents and felt the house take the measure of her, the turn of her head, the economy of her step, the obedient glimmer of pearls. She remembered the doorway pause, that breath between rooms, and let it open a small field within her chest. The blue silk fell cleanly. The corset held. The hair ornaments lifted a quiet light each time she moved. Her eyes found the drawing room, and, as if the carpet carried her, she was there. The first minutes were made of surface, gentle weather talk, recent recitals, a museum's new hanging of landscapes no one would admit to disliking. Mrs. Wilkinson, glowing with the serenity of a hostess who knows her kitchen will not betray her, greeted them with a confidence that made even the timid stand straighter. Mr. Wilkinson checked his watch only once, performing ease by not performing it. And then, the pieces of the evening slipped into place. Lord Montgomery spoke near the mantel, executing those wide, low sweeps of conversation that gather people like grasses bent by a steady wind. Lady Pembroke, bright-eyed, arranged herself so she could see the door. Mrs. Harwick arrived not late and not early, the exact minute that says I could have been first, but chose not to be. James followed with his father, evening clothes drawing a line of understated polish from collar to cuff. He did not look at Elena at once, and that not looking was itself an acknowledgement. A gentleman of care allows anticipation to do the first half of the talking. The butler's discreet nod to the host signaled the next movement. Pairings assembled, a soft tide turned toward the dining room. James was there, by arrangement, not accident, and the offer of his arm contained all the meaning it could hold without spilling. "Miss Hartley," he said, and the name, spoken softly, seemed to acquire a second, private syllable only the two of them heard. She placed her gloved hand lightly on his sleeve. The table breathed. It was a handsome table, the sort that persuades modesty to sit tall. Linen like a still pond. Silver catching lamplight but not chasing it. Plates edged in a gold so quiet you might mistake it for good manners. Between candlesticks, the mid-height flowers a hostess learns to choose so faces can see faces. A finger bowl later, grapes resting like planets within their own gravity, and along the edges of each place, an alphabet of implements that spelled out a story for those who could read. Fish will follow soup, roast waits further on. Fruit will come when talk is ready to soften. A glass for light wine, a glass for confidence, a glass for the sort of truths that prefer to walk in with the port. They took their seats. Chairs sighed, napkins lifted, a flock of pale birds settling in unison. Around Elena, the small, vital weather of appetite and impression began its work. To her left, an older gentleman of music-minded inclination rehearsed opinions on a violinist's tone. To her right, James carried on a pleasant spar with Lord Montgomery regarding a pamphlet on sanitation that everyone had skimmed and no one had finished. The servants moved in a current, each plate arriving with such timing that time itself seemed briefly obedient. The first course asked nothing of courage. Clear soup, the sort that makes restraint seem like flavor. Voices rose a degree because soup requires less attention than hunger. And yet, in this airy beginning, the evening made its first test. A lady across from them praised, a fraction too generously, the Wilkinsons' choice to seat a certain baronet within easy reach of a certain merchant's wife. The compliment slid toward classification, which is to say toward the cliff. Mrs. Wilkinson smiled and admired a brooch instead, an old rescue taught by older women. The room returned to its proper altitude. Elena, seeing this, felt a gratitude so clean it almost tasted like the broth. Rules can be caught like illnesses. Good rescues are learned like hymns. Fish followed, silver on porcelain, a taste of sea that had remembered to bring a napkin. The fish knife lay waiting like a question asked in perfect grammar. Elena answered with an ease earned by many quiet lessons. To her right, James's competence was of the kind that does not advertise itself. A small bone threatened and was removed without the slightest theatrical flourish. He asked after her music, not by saying play, but by wondering aloud whether Beethoven ought to be placed near windows or fires when one plays him. A remark so small and perfectly nonsensical it could exist only to make a young woman feel at home. "Windows in spring," she said. "Fires in winter." Their eyes met for not long enough, which is the longest time permitted under lamps. The roast arrived with its soft authority. Conversation, to match, dropped a register. Men and women in this hour approached their most candid versions, which is to say they stayed hidden, but leaned nearer the edges of their screens. A retired colonel told a story about fog that sounded suspiciously like luck. A matron offered a view on charity that made kindness sound like bookkeeping. James's father, affable but precise, gave a small inventory of the season's travels, and the list contained the exact names required to be respectable without trying. Then, the quiet shock. It came not with a shout, but with the smallest sound a dinner can make, the faint clink of a glass set down too near the plate's rim. Lady Pembroke's water goblet, no more than 3 fingers filled, tipped, wobbled, surrendered. The spill was not dramatic. It did not leap. It simply traveled, a thin, clear river, heading for the neat continent of Mrs. Harwick's napkin. There are many ways to drown at table. The worst involves attention. But attention, tonight, refused to be cruel. A footman, young, tall, more brave than his gloves, stepped into the moment with the speed of someone who has rehearsed disasters in dreams. Cloth appeared. The river vanished. Lady Pembroke's apology arrived, but did not perform. Mrs. Harwick's acceptance was of that excellent kind that makes the misstep belong to yesterday. Talk resumed on the very syllable where it had paused. The table had breathed in. Now it breathed out. Elena felt something unclench within her ribs. So subtly she might have called it virtue. She looked not at the ladies, not at the water, but at the servant who had saved the hour. His face held the stillness of a man who knows triumph must never look like triumph. In that heartbeat, she recognized the entire economy of the evening. Invisibility has hands. Dignity has many employers. Between courses, smaller dramas practiced discretion. A seating card turned ever so slightly, revealing the host had corrected a last-minute exchange. A candle, after insisting on smoke, learned to behave when the butler's snuffer wrote a brief sentence of shadow above its wick. A gentleman's joke arrived at the wrong time, found itself too loud, then learned silence by the good instruction of nobody laughing. These repairs are why such evenings do not fall to pieces. The art is not perfection. It is the speed with which a wobble is returned to stillness. Game, then salad built for sight more than hunger. With each plate, interest made its little tides, and in those tides, Elena discovered the smallest of freedoms. She could pilot a subject as a girl pilots a paper boat in a park basin, using nothing but breath. Ask a question here, lift an eyebrow there, smile with the mouth, but let understanding come from the eyes. She gave room to those who required it, and rescued those who had drifted into conversational reeds. To do this while appearing not to do it. That is a woman's graduate study in any century. James matched her measure. When talk threatened to angle toward money in a way that would ferment the air, he interrupted himself with a memory of a mediocre lemon tart he had eaten in Paris because the street was excellent. Everyone praised the street and forgave the tart. Mrs. Wilkinson threw him a glance a hostess gives to those rare guests who can adjust a room's temperature by half a degree. Dessert arrived under a little fanfare of gleam. Spun sugar that pretended to be frost, fruit shining with the unashamed vanity of fruit that has never done a day's work. Small spoons, delicate enough to be excuses. It is at this point of an evening that a hostess, if she has done well, is permitted the private satisfaction of knowing nothing important remains undone. It is also at this point that truth, sweetened, sometimes visits. Mr. Harwick, father and gentleman, chose the simplest words, and therefore the weightiest. He leaned, not much, toward Mr. Hartley and produced a sentence like a folded document. Praise for a daughter's composure, esteem for a family's steadiness, the slightest, almost invisible suggestion that a household might be visited upon a certain afternoon when ladies are at home to callers. A man's way of drawing the faintest pencil line around a possibility. Mrs. Hartley received the implication with the quiet that is itself an answer. Her nod contained mirrors. It reflected gratitude, caution, and the practicality that keeps grace from turning into hope too soon. Elena, who had not been addressed, felt the outline drawn lightly upon the air between two families, and knew, wordlessly, that maps sometimes begin as glances. The ladies withdrew. Their departure was an orchestration of silk and hush. In the drawing room, coffee lent substance to conversation without asking it to apply for a license. The couches took on their true purposes. Allies sat near allies. The undecided found themselves at vantage points. Laughter in this room wore slippers. Mrs. Harwick invited Elena into a little alcove framed by a palm that had never seen sun. The talk began, as such talks must, with charities and needlework. But each remark quietly graduated to the next. Where do you learn music? How often do you walk? Which rooms in this house comfort you most? These are the questions of a woman who knows that "what are your views?" is rarely the way to find them. Elena answered with that brave minimalism which says more than the words contain. "I like windows that begin low," she said, "and books whose spines remember being touched. There is a kind of woman who hears in that a readiness to be content without spectacle. Mrs. Harwick, blessedly, was such a woman. The conversation ended without ending. It simply became a pause with a future inside it. In the dining room, the men made their brief tour of stronger sentiment in the company of darker bottles. Politics entered, then bowed. Commerce asserted, then deferred. A few judgments were issued, and by miracle, none were served at the women's expense. When they rejoined, the air had the slight shine of reconciliation that follows small, separate storms. Music was asked for, and, as always, seemed both inevitable and brand new. Elena sat at the pianoforte as at a friend's table. She did not choose thunder. She chose those pages of Beethoven that behave like rain on a warm roof, measured, companionable, insisting only that the listener stay. The instrument, well-bred and a touch proud, rewarded her with a sound that kept to the furniture line and did not clatter the porcelain. Silence afterward said more than palms. In that silence, she felt his gaze again, steadying, yes, but not claiming. It did not try to carry her. It stood so she might step where she wished. She lowered her hands, let the last note thread itself into the carpet, and returned to her chair with a breath that felt like a ribbon being untied. Departures, like sunsets, ask for patience. Coats appeared as if they had been listening in the next room. Polite assurances, entirely genuine for once, made small bridges between door and carriage. Order of exit told the final story of the evening's alliances. The Hartleys did not leave earliest, which would have meant disinterest, nor latest, which would have suggested need. They left in that second latest interval, where gratitude looks like grace. In the hall, James offered Elena her wrap with 2 hands, an old-fashioned courtesy that makes intention feel less like a net and more like a table laid. "Thank you for the windows and fires," he said, so softly that words had to lean in to hear themselves. She answered with a look that would read, to anyone not them, as simple civility. But within the look a sentence walked. Tomorrow exists. Let it come when it is ready. The street had kept the damp for them. The carriage smell of leather and rain felt more like privacy than like travel. "On the short ride home, mister." Hartley, in good humor, mentioned the port's excellence, which in a father's dialect translates to, "I am willing to be pleased." Mrs. Hartley thought about calendars with her eyes open. Elena kept her hands folded lightly and allowed the table of the evening to spread again across her thoughts. The spill prevented, the map lightly drawn, the music placed where it could do the most good and the least harm. At the Hartley house, lamps greeted them the way faithful dogs greet people who insist they do not keep dogs. Doors closed, voices thinned. The great garment of the evening began to be unstitched. In her room, Elena stood while Jane loosed the day's laces. Relief spread colorless and total along her back. The blue silk, relieved of its duty, sighed in folds upon the chair. "Was it a success, miss?" Jane asked, not as a scavenger of gossip, but as a steward of consequences. The question was a ladle. It did not spill. "Yes," Elena said, letting the word sit like a small, warm thing in the palm. "I believe it was." Jane's nod contained provisions. Extra care for the blue silk, readiness for flowers, a cup of chocolate that would arrive without asking. She brushed out Elena's hair, counting nothing, measuring nothing, letting the brush be a kind of permission. In the mirror, the young woman saw not triumph, but quiet, the kind that holds. Down below, the household finished its diminuendo. A footman sat for the first time in hours and discovered he still had knees. The butler entered a figure in a book, wine accounted for, crisis avoided. The young man who had saved the water from becoming an event accepted a slice of bread with a gratitude so tidy it looked like discipline. In that hall, too, the table had breathed and was now at rest. In bed, Elena turned once and found the position that says, "I will sleep, but I have something to keep." The evening arranged itself into a shelf in the dark, the line of his sleeve where her hand had rested, the almost spill unspilled, Mrs. Harwick's questions whose answers will continue. The music that did its work without declaring it had done any. A house sleeps by degrees. Her degree arrived. Outside, the street remembered rain by smell alone. A constable's step measured out a gentler time. In a window across the way, someone lifted a lamp and lowered it, a boat signaling to itself. The city, which by daylight tests everyone's bravado, now practiced tenderness. A softer cartwheel, a shopkeeper's key turned quietly, a cat making treaties with fences. What does it mean for a table to breathe? It means that strangers eat as if they were kin, and kin behave as if they were guests, that dignity finds employment for every minute, that ruin is kept at bay by a cloth's width and a timing's thread, that a spill can become a story of rescue, that a glance can be a promise drafted in the faintest ink. Tonight, it meant that a young woman and a young man, observed so thoroughly they barely belonged to themselves, found in the small chambers between courses and courtesies a room with a door that opened inward. A small slip reveals a deeper truth. In a world built upon polish, the smallest crack can shine brighter than any chandelier. The Hartleys, the Harwicks, the Montgomerys, each family lived in rooms lined with rituals, where every word and gesture was lacquered until it gleamed. Yet it was never the perfect performance that lingered afterward. It was the slip, the moment when someone forgot the script and revealed, if only for a breath, their unguarded self. For Elena, that moment came on a damp afternoon, one day after the Wilkinsons' dinner. The Hartley drawing room smelled faintly of extinguished fire and cut flowers nearing the end of their grace. She sat at her embroidery, her eyes more on the window than the needle. London was a gray mass beyond, its chimneys exhaling slow plumes of smoke. Her mother was writing letters, her pen scratching evenly across thick paper, while her father had retreated to his study to review accounts. The silence was composed, deliberate, the kind of silence that exists not because there is nothing to say, but because everything has already been rehearsed. Jane entered with a tray of tea, as she had countless times before, but as she set the tray down, her hand faltered. A cup rattled in its saucer. porcelain clicking against porcelain, the sound loud in the quiet room. Elena looked up quickly. Jane froze, her face still, but her eyes betrayed it. Fatigue, worry, perhaps even fear. It was gone in an instant as she steadied the cup and continued with practiced calm. But Elena had seen. It was a small slip, almost nothing, yet in that tremor she glimpsed the cost of perfection. Jane was not a figure carved of composure. She was a young woman carrying more weight than anyone cared to ask about. Her hands did not tremble because of the tray alone. They trembled because they had been working since dawn, because the body, however disciplined, eventually speaks its truth. Elena felt the shock of recognition. Her own body had spoken the day before, when the corset laces had stolen her breath. She had covered it as Jane had covered her slip now. But beneath the surfaces of mistress and maid lay the same truth: exhaustion, pressure, the endless demand to maintain a face the world would approve. "Are you unwell?" Elena asked softly, though her mother was still in the room. Jane bowed her head quickly. "Quite well, miss." Her mother did not even glance up from her writing. A servant's welfare was not a subject worth interrupting a sentence for. The tray was complete, the cups poured, and the moment smoothed. But Elena carried the sight with her long after Jane had withdrawn. The deeper truth of slips is not that they reveal weakness, but that they reveal common ground. In Jane's trembling hand, Elena saw her own struggles reflected. Two lives separated by class, stitched together by the same invisible threads of fatigue and expectation. Later that evening, a second slip occurred, this one upstairs, in her mother's presence. Elena, preparing for bed, allowed her shoulders to sag as Jane unlaced her gown. The relief of release was so sharp that she let out a sigh, longer and heavier than she intended. Her mother, entering to remind her of tomorrow's schedule, heard it. "Restraint, Elena," her mother said sharply, mistaking the sigh for impatience or indulgence. "Even in private, practice composure. Habits become nature." "Yes, mother," Elena replied, but inside she thought, "Even in private? Is there no room left where the mask may be removed?" Her mother did not notice the flicker of rebellion in her eyes. Or perhaps she did, and chose silence over acknowledgement. For mothers, too, have slips, moments when the armor of certainty reveals the soft skin beneath. Elena remembered once, years ago, hearing her mother weep quietly in her father's study after a dinner had gone poorly. She had never spoken of it, never admitted it. The slip had been erased, as all slips were expected to be. But the memory endured. It reminded Elena that even the most polished life had fissures, and perhaps in those fissures, truth was closer than in any practiced sentence. The following day brought another test of polish. A call from Lady Montgomery's nephew, Lord Pembroke, whose eagerness so often outran his manners. He praised Elena's gown from the Wilkinsons' dinner, then faltered, mentioning how her eyes had caught the candlelight more beautifully than any jewel. The room went still. Compliments, when too direct, became dangerous. Her mother's lips pressed into a line. Elena saved the moment by lowering her gaze and replying, "You are kind, my lord." But no jewel could rival the beauty of Lady Wilkinson's table. The redirection worked, smoothing the ripple. But beneath her calm, she felt the tremor. He had slipped, spoken too plainly, and for a moment the entire structure of civility had quivered. That evening, Jane again brushed her hair, 100 strokes, steady, soothing. Elena looked at the mirror and thought, slips are dangerous, but they are also honest. They are where the performance thins, where the person beneath shows through. And perhaps, if one looks gently enough, those slips are not shameful, but human. Night streets cradle thoughts in carriage wheels. London by night was a different city, and the carriage was its moving chamber. Streets that by day shouted with hawkers and rattled with carts now whispered, the sound of wheels softened by damp cobblestones. Lamps glowed in measured intervals, each one a small island of amber against the dark. And within the carriage, cushioned and curtained, families became audiences to themselves, trapped together for the length of the journey, yet freed, for a little while, from the eyes of society. Elena sat beside her mother, her father across from them, their presence familiar as furniture, yet newly strange in the shadows. The blue silk gown rustled faintly each time she shifted. Her hands rested on her lap, gloved still, though she longed to remove them. Gloves were part of the armor, and one did not shed armor until one was behind doors again. The wheels hummed their rhythm beneath, a sound steady enough to lull, steady enough to carry thoughts where words could not go. Elena let her gaze drift to the window. Rain had left the streets slick, and reflections wavered across them. Lanterns stretched into golden rivers, doorways bent into trembling arches. The city appeared both familiar and unfamiliar, like a face glimpsed in rippling water. Her father spoke first, as fathers often did, choosing safe ground. The Wilkinson port was satisfactory, he remarked, his voice low, as though the comment itself ought to be weighed and logged. Yes, Mrs. Hartley agreed, her tone neutral. Agreement was not about wine, but about harmony. Their marriage had long since learned to conduct itself on such exchanges, brief notes in a score that promised steadiness. Elena said nothing, though her thoughts were far from port. She replayed the evening, the careful order of arrivals, the table that seemed to breathe, the near spill rescued by a footman, the glance James had given her during Beethoven. Each memory came back not as sound, but as image. The curve of his hand, as he placed her wrap upon her shoulders, the way his voice dipped low on her name. These recollections fluttered like birds against the closed window, insistent, but trapped. Her mother noticed her silence and interpreted it according to her own ledger. "You comported yourself well tonight," she said, perhaps a touch too warm toward Mr. Harwick, but nothing irretrievable. Restraint, Elena. Always restraint. The word landed like a stone. Restraint, a chain disguised as advice, a rule repeated so often it had become its own prayer. Elena inclined her head, offering no resistance, but inside she felt the quiet rebellion stir again. Was it truly weakness to wish for warmth? Was restraint the only path left open to her? Her father cleared his throat. "Mr. Harwick's father spoke highly of you," he said, his eyes on his daughter, but his meaning aimed at his wife. "He values steadiness. He sees it in you." Elena met her father's gaze, just long enough to accept the weight of his words. Steadiness. Not brilliance, not joy, not wit. Steadiness was her currency, the coin that would purchase her place in society. And though the carriage rocked gently along, she felt as if she sat on a balance scale, her worth measured in ounces of composure. Outside, the city passed in fragments. A constable's lantern swayed. A woman hurried along the curb, shawl pulled tight, her figure dissolving into fog. A shop shutter creaked closed. Each scene appeared for a heartbeat, then vanished, swallowed by the night. London was a river of glimpses, and the carriage floated through it like a vessel in a dream. The shock, though quiet, arrived in the form of her own reflection. In the glass, faintly lit by the lanterns outside, she saw her face doubled against the city's blurred lights. And what startled her was not the image of herself, but the weariness it carried. Beneath the pearls and silk, beneath the composed lips, she saw a young woman who looked tired. Tired not from the evening alone, but from years of holding posture, years of being watched. She turned her head slightly, breaking the reflection. But the image lingered in her mind. What if Jane, sitting in her attic room, saw herself in the tiny mirror nailed to the wall and recognized the same expression? What if, across the boundaries of class and circumstance, both mistress and maid shared the same fatigue? Her thoughts drifted further as the wheels hummed on. She imagined James in his own carriage, returning home under the same rain-washed sky. Did he too watch the reflections in the glass? Did he think of her as she thought of him? Or was he, like so many men, already shifting his mind toward business, property, alliances? The questions circled, unanswered, yet each one carried a warmth that dulled her restlessness. The carriage turned onto their street, and the familiar sight of the Hartley home rose before them, its lamps glowing faintly in the mist. Servants would be waiting, even at this hour, ready to receive cloaks and packages, to open doors and light lamps. Their vigilance never slept, so that the family might. As they descended, Elelena felt the cool night air kiss her cheek, sharp after the warmth of the carriage. She lifted her skirts just enough to avoid the wet stones, her mother's hand firm on her arm. Behind them, the carriage wheels rolled away, carrying with them the secrets of their silence. In her bedroom, as Jane began the ritual of unpinning hair and unlacing gown, Elelena thought again of the reflection she had seen in the carriage window. She wondered if James had seen the same in his own. And she wondered, with a softness that surprised her, if two tired souls might find one another not in brilliance or conquest, but simply in the relief of being seen. At 3, a quiet knock redraws the room. In houses like the Hartleys, important things often arrived in small shapes, not proclamations, not speeches, cards. Heavy paper, cream as milk, edges the color of warm straw. A name pressed into the surface so that fingertip and light could both read it. A calling card was not merely an announcement. It was a door that could be opened or left politely closed. And so when the butler, at 10 minutes past 3, entered the drawing room with a silver tray and a single rectangle of intention upon it, the afternoon changed its weather. Mrs. Hartley looked up first, because mothers are the barometers of such days. Elelena felt the shift like a faint breeze under her collar. Jane, who had just set a vase of white narcissus on the pier table, kept her eyes exactly where training told them to stay, which did not prevent her from seeing everything. The card lay quietly, the name quiet with it. Mr. James Harwick. No flourish, no added title, no crowded corner of initials. Just enough weight in the letters to say the man understood paper the way he understood rooms. Use only what is needed. Then stop. Beneath the name, a penciled line, faint as breath, between 3 and 5, if convenient. It is a tenderness in an age of stiff elocution to offer convenience alongside intention. Show him in, Mrs. Hartley said, and the sentence carried both blessing and instruction. The butler bowed. The card returned to the tray to the hall. Doors do not often announce themselves, but the door did seem to know what it carried and behaved accordingly, smoothing its hinges like a throat preparing to sing. The drawing room had been ready since breakfast, though readiness is a kind of theater that must not appear theatrical. Cushions plumped to the degree that says comfort, but not collapse. the piano's lid raised to an angle that promises music without demanding it. A fire banked not to heat the room, but to steady its courage. On the side table, a plate of small cakes arranged in an arrangement that looks accidental but is not. The narcissus, pale faces tilted toward whatever light they could find, made their quiet assertion that winter would end and something softer would follow. James entered with his hat in his left hand and his gloves in the right, which is the way one enters a room where a lady waits. His bow was deep enough to be called old-fashioned by those who like to say such things, and exactly right to those who understood that fashion is simply a clock that chooses different hands in different rooms. He greeted Mrs. Hartley first, then turned toward Elena, as though she were a sentence he had saved to read aloud. "Miss Hartley," he said, and the room, carpet, glass, narcissus, fire, seemed to hold the name with him. There are times when a name is a hand offered across a narrow brook, close enough to jump, too far to wade. Conversation, that careful kite, went up into a steady wind. Weather first. London had spent the morning deciding whether to rain, and had chosen restraint, which made it a city in good company. Music next. He thanked her for Beethoven at the Wilkinsons, and, more daringly, asked if she ever played Bach alone. For discipline that sounds like prayer. Books, lightly. The new volume of poems everyone claimed to have read, and only half had. Then, as a host, and mother must, Mrs. Hartley offered tea. The butler answered the signal, as if he had been listening from the next room for a page cue, which of course he had. If one watched only the cups, one might have believed nothing important was happening. Porcelain, small spoons, the careful balancing act of cake and conversation. But beneath the tea service ran the day's deeper current. Two people learning how to be themselves without leaving the shoreline. A mother measuring, not to limit, but to make sure the path was true. A household bending its every small motion to keep everything easy. James removed his gloves then, as a gentleman should when he means to stay. As he drew the right glove free, a small shadow appeared at his forefinger, a faint blue crescent, ink that had not washed away. It was nothing and not nothing. In a world that polished its hands, a stain could feel like a confession. The room did not notice, because rooms are merciful when they approve, but Elena did. The crescent of ink said he wrote with his hands and not merely with his dictation, that recently, perhaps this very hour, a thought had required paper quickly. It is a little shock to discover a gentleman's mind arriving under his fingernails. Her own hands, gloved more for habit than for warmth, tightened imperceptibly in her lap. She felt the tug of competing instructions. Look away and therefore notice. Look once and therefore remember. She chose the middle course that has saved many a woman. She acknowledged the human mark with a quick, kind glance that says, "You are not made of marble either." Then let the glance float down like ash and vanish. "Your garden must be beautiful in spring," he said, tipping his head toward the narcissus, "if winter is already speaking so politely." "My mother keeps it well," Elena answered, though it was Jane's hands that had coaxed those stems into obedience, and the under-gardener's palms that had known the cold. The east border favors hyacinth. I am partial to the early kind that insist on arriving before anyone invites them. Impatient flowers are the only ones that ever change a season, he replied, and Mrs. Hartley's mouth relaxed by the smallest degree, a private sign that a remark had been neither too clever nor too dull. Jane, at the room's edge, made tea into a series of perfections. She poured without drop or drama. She placed a slice of seed cake where it could be refused without insult. She moved the screen an inch to keep the fire from burning the backs of 3 polite calves. She did these things as a candle breathes, so steadily that if she had stopped, the room would have realized how much it depended upon her. There was, nestled between remarks, a moment with sharp edges. Mrs. Hartley, who never wasted a syllable, asked James about his intentions, not the large ones, no mother bangs on that door, but the small. How long would he remain in town? What afternoons found his parents at home? Whether he preferred riding in the park at noon or walking the museum corridors when the lamps are first lit. In such questions, a mother drafts a map where futures might one day travel. James answered with the modest confidence of a man who refuses to make promises for the air to carry away. "I shall be in London through Lent," he said. "My mother receives on Tuesdays. My father endures callers on Thursdays." The room smiled. "For myself," he continued lightly, "I would rather be where pianos are permitted to complain a little under a good hand. There is a way to say your home pleases me without laying siege to it." He had found the way. The conversation turned to charity, safe, necessary territory. Mrs. Hartley spoke of the Sunday school at St. Mary's. Elena described the children's hands and how chalk leaves a white dust on small cuffs like a blessing that refuses water's instructions. James listened properly, which is a rarer talent than talk, and asked whether the school's shelves preferred quiet donations or cheerful ones. "Quiet," Elena said after a heartbeat. "The sort of help that arrives folded and invisible." He nodded, and in the nod, she saw that invisibility did not frighten him. The quiet shock of the call came not from words, but from where his next words went. The butler had left the tray. A cake crumb, rebellious, had dared the saucer's edge and fallen to the cloth. James, without ceremony and without audience, brushed the crumb away. He did not call for a cloth, did not wait for service to erase the evidence that cake had once been cake and was now a memory. He simply set 2 fingers lightly to the tablecloth and made the world tidy again. It is dangerous to draw a conclusion from a crumb, but pairing the gesture with the ink-stained finger, Elena concluded nothing and felt everything. Here was a man who would not sit back and let rooms tidy themselves around him. From the hall, there came the soul of a chime, soft, the other clock, the one upstairs, offering its quarter hour to those who have errands to measure. Outside, a cart rolled by as if the street were reading aloud in a whisper. On the mantel, the clock's hands, gilt on enamel, shook hands with the slice of afternoon left to spend. "Would you," James began, then corrected himself. "Might I persuade you to play?" The question arrived dressed as a request to the room, but every pronoun had already agreed that it was for her alone. Mrs. Hartley gave the nod that says both yes and remember we are not at the Wilkinsons, and Elena rose with the calm of one who knows her instrument will not betray her. She sat. The piano adjusted itself to her. Jane, by no signal anyone could see, slid the bench a finger's width to the left so the pedals would answer perfectly. She did not choose Beethoven, which would have been a repetition, nor Mozart, which would have been a gloss. She chose a Bach prelude, one of the rivering ones that makes order sound like comfort. The notes arrived not as soldiers, but as travelers, each greeting the next, as if this meeting had been arranged many miles ago. It is difficult to be nervous when Bach is doing arithmetic on your behalf. The room listened, and in listening, improved itself. James stood not near and not far, the respectful distance that allows music to count its own heartbeats. His face, which most afternoons wore good breeding like a lightly buttoned coat, let its collar open a fraction. He did not move. which was the movement. When she reached the cadence that knows how to end without saying, "I am important," she allowed the final chord to be kind to the air. The silence that follows good Bach is cleaner than the silence which preceded it. "Thank you," he said, as though she had let him borrow a chair at a road he did not know. The words carried no ornament. In rooms like this, pressure trims speech down to its cleanest noun. Tea concluded itself. The narcissus practiced their mild radiance. Mrs. Hartley asked about an aunt in Bath no one had yet mentioned. James obliged. The visit settled toward its conclusion, the way a well-made paragraph settles toward its period. Too long, and it becomes a letter. Too short, and it is a note no one saves. When he rose, he did not hurry the moment into meaning, which is a kindness seldom taught and never forgotten. He took up his gloves, then paused. "Mrs. Hartley," he said, addressing the commandant of the house with the courtesy due a sovereign who is also somebody's mother. "Might I hope to call again next Tuesday?" "If..." He glanced at the clock with a smile that had learned its manners in better schools than flirtation. "If between 3 and 5 is still the season your house prefers." "Between 3 and 5, Mrs. Hartley replied, and her tone placed a ribbon on the hour. "We shall be at home." The sentence was a promise disguised as housekeeping. At the door he turned, not to linger, not to stage, but to include, and inclined his head to Elena with the precise warmth he had brought at the beginning, as if beginning and ending were meant to be twins. Then he stepped into the hall. The butler accepted the door as though accepting a confidence, and the house did what houses do the minute a strong feeling leaves them. It breathed. Silence is a corridor. Through it, meaning walks. Only when the latch had completed its final syllable did Mrs. Hartley permit herself the smallest exhale. "Satisfactory," she said, which in her language approached rapture. "Your answers were measured. Your choosing of Bach was prudent. You will, I think, wear the pale pink on Thursday. And," here a glance soft as cloudlight, "do remember that warmth is best offered the way winter offers spring, in degrees." "Yes, Mother." It was a yes that meant yes. "And also, I have kept something for myself." Jane gathered the tea things with her usual soundless competence. The narcissus had not moved. The piano remembered. As she passed Elena, their eyes met, a moment no longer than the width of a saucer. In Jane's gaze there lived an entire servant's bulletin. The butler approved. The footman had admired the prelude without saying so. The housekeeper had predicted more flowers. And there lived also something not in any ledger. A bright, soft place where a young woman's day had gone well, and another young woman whose work had made it possible felt relief enter her bones like heat after cold. Below stairs, the visit would translate into tasks. A portion of Tuesday would acquire a shine. Lace would need checking. Buttons, never faithful, would require diplomacy. The undergardener would be asked if any hellebores had decided to behave early. The cook, who disdained romance but believed in nourishment, would be told to plan for cake on a weekday. A household is simply a treaty between hope and labor. Later, when the hall had returned to the ordinary business of coats and errands, the butler placed a small item upon the pantry table, out of the way, face down. It was James's glove, the right one, the slightest smear of ink at the forefinger. In his tidy script, the butler wrote a reminder to send it across by boy after supper. He did not comment on the ink. Objects, like people, travel more easily when their embarrassments do not precede them. Evening approached not with drama, but with the faithful dimming by which a day pays its bills. In her room, Elena sat at her desk and opened a small book in which she never wrote anything important and always did. Not a diary, those invite rhetoric, but a ledger of feelings kept in nouns. Ink, Narcissus, Bach, between. She closed the book with the soft authority of someone who knows a thing need not be long to be true. She stood at the window. The street did what streets do at 4. Fewer carriages, more footsteps, a boy with a basket negotiating puddles as if they were treaties. Across the way, a seamstress lifted a sash to shake a cloth and inadvertently loosed a sigh into the weather. London gathered the sigh without remark. Cities are good at this. Miss? Jane at the door, a question with a tray underneath it. Chocolate? Yes, Elena said, surprised to hear that her answer sounded less like permission than like a gratitude that had found a shape. When the cup arrived, the steam carried the faintest shadow of cinnamon, which in this house meant that somewhere below, a cook had decided joy was admissible on a weekday. Jane, she said, as the cup warmed her hands. Thank you. For the bench. For the screen. For... Today, Jane's curtsy was smaller than practice prescribed, which made it honest. Between 3 and 5 is a good hour, miss, she said, and the sentence, simple as it was, sounded like a blessing handed up from the stairs. In dim rooms, survival clings to dignity. Every grand house in Mayfair rose with its painted ceilings and chandeliers, but above them, just beneath the slate roofs, crouched another world. The attics, narrow passages smelling of coal dust, wood polish, and human fatigue. Rooms so small they bent people into shapes, yet so vital they held the household together like beams. If the drawing rooms were stages, the attics were backstage, where the play's scenery was repaired and performers collapsed unseen. Jane's quarters were one of these. A room with a low ceiling and a single window the size of a book page. The glass was warped, so London outside looked like it was always in motion, even on the stillest nights. Her bed was narrow, little more than boards and thin mattress, but each night she laid herself down on it with a discipline that turned poverty into ritual. A washstand with a chipped jug stood against one wall. A trunk of clothing, half mended, rested at the foot of her bed. There was nothing extravagant, nothing unnecessary, but there was dignity in its order, garments folded, brushes cleaned, shoes polished, though they belonged to her alone. It was here she returned after the Harwick's call, after the tea trays and music and careful choreography of rooms downstairs. Her body ached with the weight of invisible service. She had carried cups and screens and benches, had stood silent through conversations where her presence was not acknowledged, but her perfection was expected. Now, in the quiet of the attic, she finally allowed her shoulders to sink. The sigh that escaped was softer than the scratch of a mouse in the wall. Other servants occupied similar rooms along the passage. Their laughter sometimes leaked through thin walls, rare, hurried laughter, like sparks flying from flint. Tonight, Jane heard the under-housemaid humming as she brushed out her hair, and the boot boy tapping rhythm on his trunk lid. For a few minutes, the attic seemed less like a cage and more like a village, where fatigue was a common tongue. She sat on the edge of her bed and examined her hands, red from hot water, faintly lined from soap, fingers bearing the pale crescent scars of pins and needles. They were hands that spoke of labor no drawing-room guest ever saw. Yet they were also hands that steadied porcelain, brushed out hair, tied ribbons, arranged flowers, adjusted pianos so music could flow. Invisible, yes, but necessary. The shock, if such it can be called, arrived in memory rather than event. Jane thought of Sarah. the maid dismissed last year for a misstep never named aloud. One evening she had been there. The next morning her trunk was gone, her bed stripped, her name vanished like dust brushed off a sill. No reference meant no new position. And without position, what remained? Jane had heard whispers that Sarah worked near the docks now, stitching until her eyesight failed. The memory pressed on her chest like an unspoken warning. One slip, one rumor, and dignity could collapse into desperation. She rose and lit her candle, trimming the wick so the flame steadied. The little light threw shadows that enlarged her room, transforming bare walls into canvases. In the shadow, her profile looked almost grand, as though the attic were a chamber in a palace. She knew it was illusion, but illusions matter. They give the weary a reason to rise again at dawn. From her trunk, she withdrew a folded scrap of paper. Not a letter. Servants rarely kept letters, for fear they might betray secrets, but a page she had saved from an old primer. Its edges were soft with handling, its words faint. Kindness is never wasted. She read it silently, lips shaping the phrase like prayer. It was a talisman, a charm against the hardness of days. For in her work, kindness was often her only possession. The kindness to smooth Elenena's hair without pulling, to carry tea gently enough that porcelain never trembled, to offer a crumb of encouragement in a glance. Kindness invisible, yet powerful as any fortune. Downstairs, the family reviewed the day. Mrs. Hartley spoke of James's composure, Mr. Hartley of Mr. Harwick's favorable words. Plans were laid for Thursday. The house exhaled in polished satisfaction. None of them imagined that above their heads, in the attic, another review took place, not of alliances or port, but of endurance. Jane's mind tallied hours, counted tasks, measured how much of herself she had given away and how much remained. She extinguished her candle and lay down, listening to the house breathe through its beams. Somewhere below, the butler walked one last round, securing locks. Further down, the kitchen fire hissed into sleep. And in the very marrow of the house, the servants' hall murmured with gossip that would never cross into the family's ears. Through the warped window, Jane could see a slice of sky, no larger than a hand. Tonight, a star burned faintly there, framed by soot and slate. She let her eyes rest on it, steady, until her breathing matched the rhythm of the household settling around her. The star was no larger than the pinhead of a brooch, but to her it was vast. The attic was narrow, the bed hard, the wages meager. But in this space, she preserved something more valuable than any coin: dignity. To brush her gown before hanging it, to smooth her coverlet, to whisper a prayer over a scrap of paper. These were acts of defiance. They declared that she was not merely a function, not merely hands without a self. She was Jane, and she remained Jane, even in the attic shadows. Morning stirs, yet the story rests open. Night in London did not vanish all at once. It faded. First, the deepest silence ebbed, then the faint stir of servants rose like a distant tide. A cart rattled 2 streets away. Somewhere a bird, confused by a lamp, began to sing before retreating again into sleep. Houses that had held secrets through the long hours exhaled them softly, releasing the tension of yesterday as if folding it into drawers. Elelenena stirred in her bedchamber, though she had not yet opened her eyes. The weight of blankets held her in a cradle, the air heavy with the scent of banked fire. The events of the days behind, tea at Lady Montgomery's, the Wilkinsons' dinner, James Harwick's visit, swirled like pages of a book not yet closed. She lay still, neither eager nor afraid, listening to the house breathe. Jane had already risen. Attic windows let in the faintest line of gray, and she moved with the practiced quiet of one who knows floors creak like confidants. Her tasks would begin soon: fires, clothes, water. But for a moment she lingered by her narrow window. The city below was washed pale, blurred by mist, roofs glistening faintly. She pressed her hand against the glass, feeling the cold. In that touch was something larger than duty, the recognition that days arrive whether one is ready or not, and survival means meeting them, steady as breath. The Hartley's household woke in layers. The butler descended to unlock the front door, admitting the world again. The cook lit her stove, sparks snapping like small arguments before settling to obedience. Footmen carried logs, housemaids hurried with brushes and cloths. Each sound rose carefully so as not to disturb the hush upstairs, yet together they formed a chorus that told of continuity. The house, with all its hierarchies, would function once more. Elena finally opened her eyes. Light seeped around the curtains, neither bold nor timid, but enough to announce that a new day insisted upon itself. She turned her head and saw her dress from yesterday hanging neatly, restored by Jane's hands. The sight was both comfort and burden. Comfort, because all was in its place. Burden, because all must be lived again. She remembered James's visit, the ink stain, the crumb brushed away, the way his request for music had sounded less like command and more like gratitude. She remembered her mother's measured approval. She remembered her own quiet joy, tucked safely inside her chest. All of it was alive, though disguised in the calmness of a morning. And yet, for all the precision of plans and the weight of expectation, the future remained unwritten. That was its shock, that even in a world of rules, nothing was entirely certain. James might call again. Families might approve. A match might be made. But love, if such a thing could survive amid alliances and ledgers, was still only a possibility, as fragile as a candle's flame. Her father's footsteps echoed below, his voice greeting the butler. Her mother's door clicked softly, a sign that the day's vigilance had resumed. Elena sat up, the blankets sliding away, and felt the chill of morning wrap itself around her. She let the moment linger before she rang the bell for Jane. In the attic, Jane heard it at once. She tied her apron, smoothed her sleeves, and prepared to descend. Yet before she left, she paused again at the small window. The mist was thinning now, and through it, she saw the shape of a man walking quickly along the far street, hat tilted against the cold. Just a figure, nameless, but in that stride was the same determination she felt in her own bones. To move forward, to meet the day, to continue. The city outside was beginning its familiar song. Carriages splashed through puddles left from last night's rain. Shop shutters rattled upward. A newspaper boy's call cracked the gray with its cheer. Life resumed, as relentless as it was ordinary. Yet within Elena's heart, the music of yesterday lingered. Beethoven at the Wilkinsons', Bach in her own drawing room. Notes that carried more than melody. They carried the possibility of connection, of being seen, of stepping briefly outside the mask. She wondered if James thought of the same notes as he prepared for his own day. She wondered if he too felt the shock of uncertainty, that beneath all the rules, there might still be freedom, fragile but real. Breakfast would come soon. Another day of obligations, another list of visits, another evening of performance. The cycle was unbroken, and yet, within it, something had shifted. A seed had been planted, not yet grown, but alive nonetheless. For Jane, the seed was dignity. to continue folding gowns, carrying trays, brushing hair, and yet know that she too mattered, even if no ledger recorded it. For Elena, the seed was possibility, that within the invisible cage, there might be a window not yet discovered. And so the morning light crept further, warming the curtains, touching the polished floor. The house prepared itself, servants below, family above, the whole structure leaning into another day. But for one suspended moment, between the last breath of night and the first step of duty, everything was still. The city seemed to pause. The house seemed to wait. Elena's heart, Jane's breath, the very timbers of the building, all held in the quiet promise that the story was not finished. Because history, even in its most rigid forms, leaves space for the unexpected. Because beneath rules and roles, there are always glances, sighs, tremors, and kindnesses that cannot be erased. Because life, though choreographed, sometimes stumbles into grace. The curtains shifted with a faint draft. The mist outside thinned further. Morning entered, not as command, but as invitation. And though neither mistress nor maid knew what the day would bring, both felt it, the sense that possibility still lived, hidden but breathing. Today's freedom rests on yesterday's weight. The world that Elena and Jane inhabited was a place of rules so thick they seemed carved in stone. A gown decided your fate, a corset pressed you into silence, a calling card determined who you might love. Every hour was rehearsed, every breath monitored. To be young in that time was to carry not only your own hopes but the expectations of family, class, and reputation. It was a stage, and leaving the stage was unthinkable. Today, the stage remains, but the play has changed. No longer do young women lace themselves until breath falters. The corset, once an iron law, is now a relic kept behind museum glass. In its place are clothes chosen for comfort, for expression, for movement. A walk in the park no longer carries the weight of surveillance, but the ease of fresh air. To step outside without gloves is not scandal, it is ordinary, and in that ordinariness lies freedom. Consider the drawing room. Once a theater where each gesture was studied, it has become, in many homes, a space of relaxation. Sofas invite slouching. Tables carry not only porcelain, but phones, books, and mugs half full. Conversation is no longer bound by forbidden topics. Politics, money, even illness are spoken of openly, sometimes loudly. Where once silence was demanded, voices now claim their ground. For women, the difference is most striking. In Elena's day, marriage was strategy, not choice. To marry without approval was social death. To remain unmarried was to invite pity, suspicion, or poverty. Today, paths are many. A woman may choose marriage or not. She may study, travel, work, live alone, or with friends. Freedom brings its own burdens, of course, decisions to make, risks to shoulder, but they are hers to carry. The servant's attic has also transformed. In great cities, few live above their masters now. Service, once lifelong, has given way to employment chosen and left behind. Jane's narrow bed beneath the rafters has no true counterpart in the modern home. Machines have taken much of her labor. Washers instead of scrubbing, stoves instead of coal fires, light that comes not from candles trimmed by hand, but from switches flicked without thought. The invisible army that once bent every hour to keeping households running has dispersed into many different kinds of work, with rights, wages, and, at least in many places, dignity recognized. And yet, something remains. The need to perform, though softer now, still threads through modern life. Social media is its own kind of drawing room, with likes and follows as new forms of approval. People still curate their images, still polish their words, still fear the sting of judgment. But the stage is wider, the rules less absolute, and the exits less dangerous. One can stumble today and rise again tomorrow without permanent exile. What is striking is not only how much has changed, but how much has endured. Music still gathers people, though now it flows from phones as often as from pianos. Hospitality still matters, though a cup of coffee on a friend's sofa can carry as much warmth as tea in a grand salon. Kindness remains the key that opens invisible doors, just as Jane's glance once eased Elena's breath. Freedom, too, has widened for men. James once carried the burden of inheritance, expectation, lineage. His ink-stained finger was a quiet rebellion, proof he had written something of his own. Today, men may choose careers beyond family dictates, may speak of feelings without scandal, may admit to sentiment without fear of weakness. The cage has not vanished, but its bars are thinner, its locks looser. We remember the past not to mock it, but to measure the distance traveled. From corsets to comfort, from silence to speech, from arranged futures to chosen ones. The distance is vast. And yet, as you sit in your own room tonight, lamp glowing, perhaps a phone buzzing nearby, you carry the same longing Elena carried, the wish to be seen, to be understood, to breathe without restraint. That has not changed. Yesterday's struggles shape today's ease. Imagine for a moment that Elena and Jane could step into our century. They would find a world astonishing, bewildering, and, perhaps most of all, liberating. The lights alone would seem miraculous. Whole streets glowing brighter than chandeliers, rooms illuminated at a touch. The pace would shock them, messages traveling in seconds rather than days, voices carried across oceans without ships. But after wonder would come relief. The weight they carried, so heavy in their day, would seem unnecessary now. Elena, who once performed every gesture under watchful eyes, would find herself surrounded by choices. She could attend university, a path closed to most women of her time. She could earn her own living, keep her own home, select her companions not by parental decree, but by affection or interest. The endless negotiations of drawing rooms, the coded flirtations, the fear of scandal, all would appear faint echoes beside the open possibilities of now. To sit in a cafe with a friend, to walk unchaperoned through a city street, to travel where she wished, each act would feel like a miracle. Jane would perhaps be more astonished still. No longer confined to attic rooms or 18-hour days, she would find laws protecting her wages, limiting her hours, granting her rest. Machines would share her work, washing clothes in minutes, cleaning floors with quiet hums, carrying heat and light without her constant tending. But more than convenience, she would find recognition, not invisibility, not namelessness, but dignity acknowledged. To work as a nurse, a teacher, a clerk, a manager, a leader. Roles denied her then, available now. The attic shadows would no longer define her life, and yet, stepping into today, they might also sense echoes of their old world. They would see people dressing carefully for photographs, curating words for public display, measuring themselves against invisible standards. The drawing room has become digital, the dance of reputation carried out in pixels. Approval is still counted, though now in numbers visible on screens. The pressure remains, though softer, broader, more varied, and they would recognize it. For behind technology's shine, human longing is unchanged. The shock of history is that progress does not erase the past. It folds it. Our freedoms are stitched from their restraints, our ease purchased with their discipline. The fact that you may sit tonight in loose clothing, sipping tea or coffee without judgment, free to rest or speak or write as you please, that fact exists because generations carried corsets, calling cards, and silence. Their endurance laid the foundation for our freedom. The city, too, has changed. Where gas lamps flickered, electric lights blaze. Where carriages rattled, trains, cars, and planes carry people farther in a day than Victorians might in months. Work has shifted from coal and candle to screen and signal. The sounds are different, but the rhythm remains. People rising, striving, returning, resting. And yet, perhaps the greatest difference is invisible. Hope itself has widened. In Elena's time, hope was measured in narrow terms: a respectable marriage, a steady household, a quiet life without disgrace. Today, hope can mean almost anything: learning, travel, art, invention, friendship, solitude. Dreams are not bound by class or gender in the same way. They are not guaranteed, but they are allowed. As you close your eyes tonight, imagine those who came before looking kindly at you. Not with envy, though they would marvel, but with relief. The battles they fought in silence, the burdens they carried unseen, have given shape to a world where you may rest easier, where a sigh need not be hidden, where love can be chosen, where work can be left behind at dusk. We honor them not by repeating their cages, but by cherishing our freedom, not by reenacting their rituals, but by recognizing the gift they could never unwrap. The past watches us, not sternly, but gently, as if to say, "Do not waste what we could not keep." The story stretches from corset to comfort, from attic to freedom. Yesterday's weight has become today's ease. Sleep now, knowing the past rests quietly behind you, and the future opens wide before you.